everyone, welcome to today's live stream. So we have a big one today. So this is going to be a very long live stream. But yeah, so we are just waiting for the SpaceX live stream to start. We are, as you can see in the top left hand corner, we have 3 hours and 34 minutes till liftoff. So yeah, we are going to sit back, we're going to chill. I'm probably going to get a bit of pizza in a bit. So yeah, we should have lots of fun. It should be a nice, easy, chill back live stream. So yeah, everyone that's watching, throw down in the chat where you're from. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more videos. We've got tons and tons of live streams coming up soon. Like this week alone, there's like 4 live streams I'll be doing, or I've done a couple already. So you know, it's mad. This is definitely out of September now. We've had the hurricane. That is it. Florida is back to pumping out rockets. So today's so far drink of the day is Oasis Summer Fruits. I do have another bottle of Lucasade from last night. So yeah, we will now just sit back. I'm going to chuck the computer sound on, and now we just sit here and wait for you know, for our rocket. Our rocket. I've just been out in the rain, so I'm knackered. I don't do the rain. I really don't do the rain. But yeah, so we'll wait for SpaceX to start their stream. We should see the people coming out, the crew coming out of the facility where they've been for the last week, sort of quarantining, sort of making sure, you know, they get in the mindset of what they're doing, and they'll get into their cars, into their lovely Model. Is it a Model X or a Model Y? I can't remember. One of the two, whichever one. They get into some Teslas. They drive down to the pads, and then they get ready. They sign the wall at the end of the walk just before getting into the Dragon capsule. Yeah, it should be lots and lots of fun today. Now, my green screen has for some reason been mucking up since OBS crashed. But it's okay because I do actually have, and I don't have the plastic bag next to me. I've just been to our lovely Wilco's to buy some lovely things to add some extra light in here, because at the moment I've got one little ring light sort of mounted on the wall, but you know, that's not good enough for this green screen, because now the green screen is a full length one. Actually, I can show you guys a little bit of a little bit of a preview of the actual one. Can I find the app? I've got too many apps on this phone now. Aha, found it. Right. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna, once it connects to my computer. Am I connected to the Wi-Fi? Yep, I'm connected to the Wi-Fi. How do I do this? Right. Okay. Is it not gonna connect? I am on a beta software, so the app might actually not work. Okay. The app does not auto. Right. Let's get off that. See, is it going to work now? Come on. No, I don't think we're going to get it to work. This is the problem with beta testing software. Some apps don't work. Like, I've got problems with Facebook. I'll go to write a message and then it will drop the keyboard. Actually, I'll push the keyboard above where I'm writing, so I can't actually see, and I can't hit the send button. Super annoying. But yeah, so we are Still a long, long ways off. But hey, we are here. And we are just going to sit back and watch a live stream. Super awesome. Oh, here we go. We have 5 minutes until the start of the commentary. Woohoo! Launch America. So yeah, this is gonna be absolutely sick. Oh. Okay. Green screen seems to be working with this colour, so that's good. SpaceX, what? Yeah, you go. Watch Falcon 9. So that is the gorgeous crew capsule. Alright. See if this will work. There we go. Okay, cool. So we have 2 viewers. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. So it's gonna be quite nice. Oh, look at the oh, look in the background. I've just seen it. Bloody Starship. Right by me. Yeah. This is the Starship Tower. So there has been seen leaving Texas.
Sergio.
Oh.
When?
So we are T-minus 3 hours and 27 minutes. That clock up there is when the launch is going to happen. So we are going to watch the all the pre flight stuff. That's cool. Oh, it's going to be awesome.
Sergio. Thanks, man.
I've got text-to-speech working. I don't know how, but I've got it working. Oh man. But yeah, look at Starship. Oh, it looks so cool. I think they'll probably do the cladding like they have here on this tower. But it's just mad. Like, I thought that launch tower was big, but putting Starship Tower next to it, it's just mental. It is mental. Oh, I honestly, I cannot wait to see you know, Starship take off. Like, look how much bigger the tower is, and then think how much bigger the rocket is. Like, oh, you can see Falcon 9 really clearly from my hotel in Florida when I go there. Oh wow, look at the pipe work. Look at all this going to the methane and LOX and all that lot. Oh, LOX, is it LOX? Yeah, LOX. Wow. Oh, hello. We are. Oh, they've just dropped their audio quality. Their video quality. The hell? Okay. Do not know what's going on there. Very weird. Oh well, we'll see. And look, you can see the I'm not gonna say it right. The big round thing that has been converted.
Cranky Crab, Fall Guys. Is there a crew on board?
There will be in about, I think, 45 minutes to an hour's time. So they're currently in their quarantine area, just down the road. And they'll... Oh, we have sound. So yeah, there will be soon.
Cornell Lukacs. Sevastopol.
I'm going to have to Google Translate that, because... mission that the astronauts are doing. They're just going up to the International Space Station.
Cranky Crab, Fall Guys. What is the mission that the astronauts are doing?
Yeah, so basically they're going up to... Oh, someone said goodbye. Yeah, the astronauts are just going up to do more work on the International Space Station, just more research. It's just like a crew refresh, basically. So yeah, that's their mission today. We should all find out all the actual astronauts, what they're going to be doing.
You're looking live at the Crew Dragon spacecraft on top of a Falcon 9 rocket.
Oh wow, my counter's out a little bit.
Astronauts and one cosmonaut to the International Space Station in a little more than 3 hours. It's a beautiful sight outside. Beautiful weather here at the Kennedy Space Center, where we welcome you for our live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's
Can I
launch
change my timer at the same time?
Nail, and with me is NASA astronaut Bob Binken, who along with Doug Hurley were the
I'd say it's going to be a really long live stream, so yeah,
Cranky
come back.
Crab, Fall Guys. I'm going to leave and come back when they launch.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Well, thank you,
it's
Daryl.
going to be a
I'm
super long
excited
live
to be
stream.
here.
So
A beautiful day to relive my launch experience. Looking forward to it.
You certainly will remember this experience well. We've got video recorded from just less than an hour ago of Crew 5 getting suited up in that historic suit-up room. And there you see them. Everything went smoothly. You can see the astronauts there in their spacesuits after getting them fitted and tested. And those
T-minus 3 hours and 23 minutes. The displays are configured for crew ingress on schedule.
Cranky Crab, Fall Guys. Have a good day, man.
I will do. You too.
Well, Daryl, I've heard those suits referred
When is the
to as
launch?
space
The launch
tuxedos by some
is
of the
in
SpaceX
3
team,
hours,
and,
23
they're
minutes,
custom fit and
Sam
25
Miller.
seconds.
are,
When is the
what the crew
launch?
needs to wear in case there was any sort of an issue inside
I'm
of the
trying to get
capsule.
my
They,
timer to
they're
line
custom
up
fit
with
and
theirs.
they'll be ready to wear them when they head into
Alright.
space.
not designed to go outside the capsule, but certainly if something were to happen inside
Why
the
is
capsule.
their live stream so
and that keeps them
gone
safe.
down to
Now we want to invite you folks who are watching to
7:20? It's
participate
really annoying.
in our broadcast today. If you
Here
would
we
like
go,
to ask
3,
Bob a question
2,
over the next 3
1.
hours, you can jump on
Mark.
any number of our social media handles.
There we
One
go.
of the ones that we're looking at is the hashtag
My timer's dead
NASA
on.
handle on Twitter. Send us that
There we
tweet,
go.
with a question.
So yeah, it's going to be
hashtag
just
Ask NASA, and we
a
will
nice
get to it.
chilled.
Now, in
Watch
addition to
them
Bob's
load
analysis,
into
we have
the.
teams across the country covering
Oh,
the
look.
action.
Notice
There
how
they are.
they
With an
always
update
seem
from
to
SpaceX
have
headquarters, giving us a wave
someone
from out there in Hawthorne, California.
sat in the
and
view
Houston,
of
Texas.
Starship
Mission
Tower.
Control Center, hello to you as well.
There's
And of
always
course,
someone
right here
there,
in Florida,
every time.
we've got our interviewees standing by.
And then
Now
the
let's check in
SLS sits
with
there.
our team monitoring preparations for launch at
Yeah, the
SpaceX
SLS will sit
headquarters in Hawthorne,
just
California.
there.
Take it away, ladies.
Here we go.
Hi, I'm NASA's Sandra Jones with NASA Communications.
I'm
7.
Jesse Anderson, a production engineering manager here at SpaceX. As we count down to liftoff,
I like her
welcome to Mission
voice.
Control.
Her voice
This
is
where
really
our teams
nice.
are staffed around the clock to monitor Dragon and the mission.
Dragon.
On console or headset in mission control are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you'll hear talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resources engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast, and there you can see him on the screen.
I got
The
3
additional
monitors like
positions
that.
are focused
Then I've
on
also got
vehicle
another one up here.
systems, including avionics, navigation and control.
I got 4
software,
monitors.
propulsion,
That's how
life
greedy I
support,
am.
And communication with ground support teams.
And NASA has its own team members in Mission Control Houston, where they've been preparing the space station for Dragon's arrival. We'll meet several of the key players later when we check in with them.
Here we go.
And
We've got
upon
crew
liftoff,
walkout
today's ride
next.
to the International Space Station will take about 29 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the option or the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed. So let's head back over to Florida as we await the crew's departure for the launch pad. Daryl?
Sandra and Jesse, thank you very much.
Nice,
And
here we
they
go.
come. Crew 5.
Woo!
They're ready for crew arrival, and crew are walking out of the O&C room now.
Look at that.
Indeed, they are. And
What
there
I
they
would
are.
do, what I would
The
do
astronauts
just
of
to
Crew 5
get one of
taking
them
their
suits
first steps
for my own
outside as they head to the pad.
personal use.
From left to right, cosmonaut Anna Kikina, Josh Cassada, Commander Nicole Mann.
Yeah, we got a female on board, which is nice to see. Oh, he can't really get his hand in there very much.
So
They are
pose
quite
for a
restricted of like how much they
Here
can
they go
move.
for their ride out to the pad. 3 Teslas all lined up in queue.
There you go, Teslas.
Security escort, and the folks you see there, family, loved ones. This is a moment to have an exchange, Bob.
It is. It's an opportunity
this
for
is
the
really
crew,
nice.
if you will, to take a little bit of a break from the technical briefs that they've been having this morning as they got suited up and understood what the weather conditions
Oh,
were.
there's a 360
they get
camera.
a chance to say goodbye to their families, see some smiling faces. Again, have
Is
a
that
little bit of a
DJI
relaxing
Osmo?
moment with their families before they
Down
get
here.
serious again and head out to the launch pad.
And they
I
keep
didn't
a
actually
certain
know people
distance
still
away. You can
use
see the
them.
stanchions, you can see the family that are
I
gathered
thought they
there.
died off.
And of course, that's in the interest of the astronauts' health.
That's absolutely true, Daryl. You know, the crew has been in a quarantine state for the last several days.
Yeah.
They don't want to bring anything to
Not
the
being
space
allowed
station that we don't
in
have
or out.
really tight control of. And so they'll stay back from folks, but they'll give some air hugs and some waves.
All right, let's listen in.
Nice. You can definitely hear the guy on the left. You can really hear him talking. So yeah, this is just their like final goodbyes sort of thing. Oh, I have to say, probably going to
Can't make out
space,
exactly
going
what's
to
being
International
said, but
Space
you
Station,
know
definitely
experience,
must be
Bob,
very
that
hard for people with families.
It can be an emotional
But
moment.
it's super
Absolutely.
exciting at the
You know,
same
for the
time.
Demo 2 mission, my son was super excited to yell Launch America. So that was the one thing that you could absolutely hear. Even inside the suit with our deep insert earplugs, you could hear that Launch America tune when he sang it out.
Your wife said the same thing, that you could hear him shouting out, and that's something actually particular to astronauts with young family members, with young children, that you have to prepare them for. I was watching a documentary. Your son wasn't exactly on board at the beginning.
Absolutely. At the beginning of the idea of a parent launching into space was something he was unfamiliar with, a little bit scared of. But we brought him down here to Kennedy, got him a chance to see a cargo launch into space. And then by the end of that experience, he was ready for me to go first, mommy to go second. And he said he was going third. So we'll wait to see if that happens.
And then we'll have him on for the Crew 37 show.
Yeah, he thinks probably Crew 16. So
Crew
he's
16,
on a little
okay,
bit faster
earlier.
Crew
schedule,
16,
yeah.
I like him.
jeez.
He's ambitious.
That's quite
Look at
cute.
that license plate. I was just noticing that. Blast off.
Yeah, Daryl,
Oh, yeah, the
SpaceX team has
plates,
been
yeah.
creative with those license plates. It's always cool to see what they
That's
add to
pretty
the Teslas
awesome.
to make the experience just a little bit personalized.
That is very
Nice
cool.
touch.
There's the guy with the 360 cam.
Media in the background, positioning
That's
themselves
the
in a good shot
Insta360,
as the
the
Teslas roll
original
out.
one.
Full security escort on a 20-minute drive to pad 39A.
Oh, that's so cool. What a way to go.
And they're queuing
know.
up a playlist right now, Bob, with some tunes. In
Yeah,
fact,
they play
I've got
music all
playlist
the way
for
to
one
the
of
pad.
the vehicles. I believe it's the lead astronaut vehicle, which would be the second one in this line. Here's what they're going to be listening to. Oh Yeah by Yellow. Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins. Stronger by The Score. Slow Ride, Foghat. Everybody Got Their Something by Nikki Costa. Sabotage by the Beastie Boys.
Dunno.
Mainstream Kid by Brandy Carlisle.
Dunno.
And Don't Stop Believin'.
Ah, I know that one.
It's a nice list right there.
It's a wonderful mix. There's
I don't
a
know
little bit of a
half
slow
of them,
and
but I know
reactive,
some of them.
relaxing portion of it, as well as something with a little bit of emotion
Jeez.
as they head out to the launch pad. You know, when Doug and I headed out to the launch pad, we had some tunes as well, and we took the experience to capture
I
kind of
just
the same
realised,
thing,
yeah,
the excitement
it's
of
Doug.
launching into space. Back in Black was one of the songs we selected from
Talking.
AC/DC, since we were both headed back into space again, and it was an exciting time for us.
And that was followed, I believe, by a girl from Ipanema, which was very much a contrast.
It was, Daryl. You know, this is a 20-minute ride out to the launch pad. The crew's been on a very tight schedule as they work their way to get to this point, but now's the time to sit back and wind your watch and wait for the actual launch event. So that waiting music came from the Blues Brothers movie, and Doug and I knew
Nice.
there was just going to be a time where we had to wait our turn to launch on that rocket.
Windows are open now in the Teslas, and family members just now
Oh, look
retreating
at that.
back
Is
to
it
the
Model
vehicles. But
X's
then
or Model
also getting
Y's? I
another
don't
moment
actually
up there
know.
next to the car, which is just completely.
I think it's a Model Y because it's the sort of stretched out version. I think. I'm not sure. If it was in 1080p, we could see, you know. Really?
3 hours and
That was a
15
bit cringe.
minutes. Crew are beginning their transport from
NASA, yeah!
right on schedule.
Oh, jeez.
Call out from the SpaceX team. The crew now departing the Neil Armstrong operations
Look at that.
and checkout building. Slow rolling.
I'd be mad if like one of the batteries ran out, say.
Down there.
Oh,
They're beginning their
Lola,
10-minute
come here.
drive to
hang on, 2 seconds.
across NASA's Kennedy Space Center and out to launch pad 39A. The track they're taking goes through the industrial area and then gets out to
Go sit down.
the NASA causeway and the Kennedy causeway.
Typical. Dog has to start barking.
And Bob, as we were
You can
talking
hear
that moment
my
there, I
neighbour
wanna
upstairs.
play a piece of tape that we have from your wife Megan talking about those moments leading up to launch. And we're also going to see footage of that historic mission that you participated in, demo 2. We'll also see hers, and we'll get to see the goodbyes from either one. Let's take a look at that now.
Watch my green screen.
We want to give you a little flashback. Take a look at the screen now. You might remember this. Demo 2, and
Bob
there
and
you
Doug.
are in the light blue with your son saying
Right,
goodbye
now
to your
you've
husband,
messed
Bob
up my
Bacon, on that
green screen.
historic flight.
That's right.
Get away.
That was a really special moment, and it was great to see how excited my son was to see his father. There were no tears; it was all
Dog's
smiles
a pain in
and
the butt.
cheering. My son, I think, was
Come here,
determined to say "Launch
Up.
America" first
Up.
and loudest, and so that's
Come here,
that's
join
what
the
he
live
was
stream.
doing. He did a great
Come here.
job.
And then in April, Crew 2,
Let
this
me
was
put the
your
earphones
launch.
down.
And
Yes.
now the role was reversed. You were in the astronaut suit getting ready to go out and launch.
Here's the
and
doggy.
your husband was there with your son.
That's right, and
You
I
saw
was
that?
listening out for that "Launch America," and
You
sure
see
enough,
it?
I could hear it from probably 20 feet away. That was a wonderful moment.
Can you hear him?
Megan MacArthur, who flew on Crew 2 to the International
Yeah.
Space Station following
Good
up
girl.
your certification mission.
Right, go
Yeah,
on,
it was
get down.
a moment that we wanted our son to have
Fluffy
a positive
collie.
experience with,
Yeah,
and
we
he
will.
certainly did. Again, smiles
You might
and
see her
hugs and cheering.
wandering in the back.
While we didn't hear the voices of the crew's families and
Oh,
guests
there
as
goes
they
Stan.
walked out, we did definitely hear that cheering when
Yeah.
they got their chance to drive away.
And we continue to follow the convoy from high above, our flight operations team. The
Jeez.
helicopter crew getting a good shot there as they go. Now let's check in with Hawthorne and get our
Hawthorne,
first
California.
update from SpaceX's Kate Tice, who, by the way, was at this very desk,
Ooh.
Bob, when you launched. Good to have you back, Kate.
Thanks, Daryl. I'm Kate Tice, and I'm the Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX, and I'm going to be bringing you live status updates from the launch teams this morning. Now, for those following along with our launch preparations over the last week, you'll know that we had a successful dress rehearsal a couple days ago of our launch operations on October 2nd. Followed by a successful static fire of our 9 Merlin 1D
So there's the
engines. Now,
helicopter.
fast
We
forward
can
a bit
actually see
to this
below
morning,
me.
and we're coming up on, there it is, the T-minus 3 hour and 12-minute mark. And so far, all is going well for launch. Earlier in the night, the team began clearing the hazard
Just
area
think,
and
I've
buildings
been
around
down
Pad
this. There's
39A, known
the
as
visitor
Blast
centre
Danger
just over
Area,
there.
or BDA, as you
You can
might
actually
hear it
see
called out
the
today.
space shuttle
At T-minus 4
main
hours,
tank that
there
they've
was
got
a
standing
briefing
up.
by the SpaceX launch director, and good news, there is nothing significant to report on the rocket. At this time, the advanced team was also cleared to enter the
that's
pad
mad.
and start prepping the vehicle for the crew's arrival, which we're tracking there on screen, and we're expecting them to arrive at about T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes, so just shortly coming up. So the only people remaining on the pad at this point in time are those needed for ingress of the astronauts.
Yep.
At the launch
There's
pad,
no one else
Falcon
there
9
now.
is powered on, and we're currently monitoring telemetry and pressurizing gas storage vessels. Engine and stage checkouts were performed several hours ago.
I remember last
On
time I
top of
went
Falcon 9,
down
of
this
course, we
way,
have the Dragon
there was
spacecraft,
a
and it is
alligator
ready for
in the
crew.
ditch.
Functional
I
checkouts
think
were
I got
performed
quite a
most
few photos
recently.
of it.
The Dragon propellant system was pressurized to final flight pressure, and the side hatch has been opened by the advanced team. So at this point in time, I can report that all spacecraft systems are go.
Nice, we are go.
Launch range is ready to support and working no issues at this time. And as you have probably been following along, we have been tracking the weather conditions carefully over the last week as we've dealt with the remnants of Hurricane Ian. As you can see on your screen, it's a gorgeous morning out there at Kennedy Space Center. The weather is cooperating as we count down to liftoff. We had been tracking downrange winds that had been no-go overnight, but as of the T-minus 6-hour weather brief this morning, it cleared and we were green there. So everything is looking good for weather at this point, but we will continue to monitor. Now, with all that being said, let's head back over to Daryl and Bob for another check-in from Kennedy.
All right, thank you, Kate. And yes, the weather here at Kennedy is nearly perfect for launch. Let's introduce you now to today's crew. We begin with Nicole Mann. The California native holds a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering and is a colonel in the Marine Corps. Nicole was selected by NASA in June 2013, and today the Crew 5 commander will be flying into space for the first time. And once she reaches the space station, she'll be the first Native American woman to stay on station. Sitting next to Nicole is Josh Cassada. He grew up in Bear Lake, Minnesota. The physicist and U.S. Navy test pilot, flew 23 combat missions. He later became an instructor at the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School, and more recently, he served as the capsule communicator in mission control. But today, he's the pilot aboard Dragon. In the role of mission specialist is veteran Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata. Altogether, Koichi flew 4 space shuttle missions on Roscosmos Soyuz and was on a long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. Altogether, Koichi has spent 11 months in space.
Oh, 11 months in space, that's mad.
And the 4th member,
I'd
the
love
second
that.
mission specialist, is Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina. She graduated from the Novosibirsk State Academy
two
of
females
Water
on board.
Transport in 2006.
Okay.
In 2012, Anna officially became a candidate for the position of test cosmonaut. Crew 5 will be Anna's first flight into space as part of the recent resumption of integrated crews on U.S. crew spacecraft and the Soyuz with the Russian State Space Corporation Roscosmos.
Oh, the VAB. I've been down this road. I've been to the VAB.
A week and a half ago, NASA astronaut Frank Rubio flew to the ISS aboard a Soyuz. Flying integrated crews ensures operational safety. Crew members on station are trained to do maintenance and spacewalks. It also protects against contingencies such as problems that could arise on the station, serious medical issues, or an emergency aboard the station that requires a crew and vehicle that they are assigned to return to Earth sooner than planned.
That is very cool.
The crew taking a turn onto the Saturn Causeway.
Oh, I've been down here.
This is the road that leads to the Vehicle Assembly Building.
Yep, I've been there. It is.
Which is notable, Bob.
You look at it and you think it's big. When you get there, you think it is massive.
Hurricane
Absolutely massive.
As it crossed the state and came over our area. That's the operations and support building behind it. But then behind that, going through here, is the Vehicle Assembly Building. And after studying the data, we learned the storm
took actually
that similar path. And as we
Where's
widen
the VAB?
out
There's
the
the
view
VAB.
here, you can see
we stopped here.
logo.
There was a like a tank thing there. The thing they used to go to the pad to retrieve people.
Launch was delayed several days
if like there was a problem with the rocket.
Aim at Florida. And after studying the data, here's the path that we found it took. Take a look at this graphic put together by meteorologists with satellite data. It shows the track through the state. You can see the center of circulation, of course, the devastating impacts to the Fort Myers Beach area.
It's like absolutely destroyed it.
By the time it crossed our area right there, you can see it came out the other side on Florida. Between pad 39A and 39B.
So literally split between the two.
We had our moon rocket, the SLS and Orion spacecraft. But officials here at NASA and the launch team with SLS made the decision to move the SLS into
I'm really happy they did, because
from that day, 3 days prior,
I wouldn't have seen Artemis
SLS
launch.
and Orion spacecraft going into the shelter of the Vehicle Assembly Building as Hurricane Ian passed overhead. It's a 4-mile, 10-hour trek. It was that day.
I remember seeing the crawler
over 96 knots at the top of one of the lightning
upgraded
towers
to take SLS from the shuttle.
The winds were whipping up high and down below, around 60 knots. It was a good move to put that rocket in the shelter.
I was going to say,
it's just remarkable to kind of have seen
I'm happy they did.
track of the storm, have it come right through the Kennedy Space Center, and to be sitting here just a couple of days later getting ready to launch a crew into space.
Nice, look at that.
So now we await a new launch date for Artemis, which we know is going to be targeted
between
in
the 12th,
mid-November area.
Yeah, I think they said the 12th to the 27th.
Just passing the vehicle assembly building. Crew 4, when they were here, the rocket was out on the pad, and they got to actually go out and get a tour. This team getting to drive by that rocket, and certainly astronauts must be thinking about that mission, right? Artemis 1, 2, and 3.
Artemis is going to be mad.
Test flight out to the moon, and then ultimately landing back on the moon to establish more of a permanent presence there.
Absolutely, Daryl. It's a super exciting time from an astronaut perspective. As you know, we still have missions headed to the International Space Station, taking crews up both on the Soyuz rocket and on the Falcon 9 and the Dragon at this time. We look forward to seeing the Starliner vehicle make its arrival on board the International Space Station as well. But Orion, with the Artemis missions that are upcoming, is just an exciting time. Returning to the moon is something that we all dream about.
You can imagine just
they are making the right-hand turn to
how
pad 39A.
How much security goes into just this launch alone? Though they must have to clear everything out.
Tower and the rocket that awaits them. A brand new booster.
Yeah, it's I forgot to say that. Yeah, it's a completely clean booster. Not been flown at all.
On its second flight. You know, this is the time for that slow ride song probably to kind of play back for the crew. You know, Doug and I had our waiting room music, our elevator music to kind of pass the time. The crew's, of course, excited for the mission in front of them, but they've got
there it is. Look at that Starship tower in front. That is mad.
Great shot.
Oh wait, the crane is still up in the air.
Tesla, looking at the security vehicle in the front, you can see there the launch pad to the left as that rocket gets closer and closer. And I wonder, Bob, at what point do you start to feel some nerves kick in? Because there's this
oh mate, I'd be nervous like months before.
Especially for your flight, being the first one, there must have been some nerves.
You know, there's definitely some nervousness associated with launching into space. The crew gets a lot of training, and from an experience perspective, they try to check off as many blocks as they can, so that that nervousness is something at least that they're familiar with. And so for Doug and I, you know, we had made this ride before as shuttle crew members. We climbed up to the launch pad as shuttle crew members. That wasn't new. It was really the fueling operation for us, where we really knew, and that nervousness started to kick in.
Interesting, because yes, that's
an
operation unique to SpaceX.
And now my time is out.
It is something that was new with the
Falcon
rocket, and it's new from a crew, from an astronaut perspective, from our experience base. But they've managed to accomplish it.
Yeah, my time is out.
There you see the security vehicle comes off to the side, and the Tesla vehicles roll on, along with the MRAP in tow. And this begins the part of a really neat experience, going up the slow grade as they pass the security checkpoint and into the blast danger area. This is the area
I'm going to just change my timer again.
And the advanced team, as well as the closeout crew. It's a restricted area, and you go up that slow hill, and you're looking right at that rocket.
You know, Daryl, as you make your way to the launch pad, you kind of go through layers, if you will, of people that can be near you. So
we're going to do that for 3 hours now.
When you're back at the ONC building, but as you make your way to the pad surface, there are these milestones
look, all the quality's dropped right down. Why?
Right into orbit, and so heading up this hill to the launch pad surface.
NASA is 2022.
And
you know,
continues to shrink.
Get your asses in gear.
And in your case, until it was just you and Doug Hurley.
That's true. It was just Doug and
Look at that. I'm seeing the
replay that's reaching out to the radio to make sure that
on YouTube on my other screen. It just looks awful.
But it was definitely Doug and I.
Why can they not do 1080p?
These four Crew 5 astronauts now actually on the pad surface. As you can see them driving onto it, there's a track that they just came over that goes around the launch pad. That's a relic from the space shuttle era, as well as the Apollo.
No, look at this.
There's the base of the rocket, and dead ahead, the elevators to the launch tower that will take them up to the top of the crew access arm and allow them to make entryway.
You know, all this technology, and NASA can't even stream in 1080p. Right, here we go.
At T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes, we'll get that announcement that the crew has arrived, so they're a little early.
Some of them speeding a little bit by the looks of it.
Can for each of these major events, of course.
All right, here we go.
For them to arrive when they're supposed to be there is
Core
what's
on
critical.
countdown. T-minus 3 hours. Crew have arrived at the pad on schedule.
There we go. Nice.
And so the crews arrived at the pad. Of course, they'll have a couple of opportunities to pause as they make their way up. There'll be some photo opportunities for them.
Yeah, there's
to take
always
a mental
photo
picture
opportunities.
of the rocket itself. Look up from below before they climb into the capsule.
Now, Crew
That's
5 is
mad.
NASA and SpaceX's 5th crew rotation to the International Space Station since 2020. The successful NASA program is called
Oh, we
Commercial
got
Crew.
33
Based
people
right
watching.
here at
Hello,
Kennedy
everyone.
Space Center.
Don't forget to like
Find
the
out
video.
again, Megan Cruz.
We're going to
She
be
is
here.
live on top of the operations and support building number 2.
Yeah, chuck in chat where
One of the
you're all
leaders
from.
of this program. Megan.
Gerald, thank you so much. Yes,
John
we are
Louis
here with Phil
Palua.
McAllister, director
Super
of
Les
NASA's
Tesla,
Commercial
thumbs up,
Space
thumbs up.
Division. Phil,
Yeah,
we're so happy to have you here.
Teslas
you.
are
Happy to be here.
super
Well,
sweet.
today, we just saw the crew arrive at the pad. This is NASA's Crew 5 with SpaceX. How has working with these commercial companies benefited NASA?
So we
Oh,
both
just
benefit.
gonna
I think that's
retweet.
what's key with these partnerships. Obviously, SpaceX benefits from our 50 years of human spaceflight experience, but we also benefit by seeing these commercial companies and how they do business and how innovative they can be.
Right.
And we find there's new ways of doing things that maybe we
Oh.
haven't thought of. So I see the partnership as
Newport, okay.
benefiting both groups. It's kind of
Prime
like
tracker.
when we first started working with the Russians.
Oh,
They had
I've been
a very
trying to
different
get
way of
some of
doing
the
business, and I
KSI
think
Logan
both
Paul
programs benefited from that
stuff.
experience.
Right, but it's not just the commercial crew
Just
program. How
put
else
a
have we
gorilla?
fostered
Jesse
commercial space and
Siljanto.
sending more
Gorilla.
people and scientists to low
Okay.
Earth orbit?
Well, I think it
Nice,
all started with the commercial cargo program in 2005.
Everyone there, what's
that
this?
was the first, I think, real commercial partnership that we had, certainly on the human spaceflight side. So then we had this cargo capability,
Yeah,
and
wait,
then we
there's an
advanced that
actual
to crew, and now we can launch people
tracking app
to low Earth orbit and the
for
International
Prime.
Space Station. And the thing that we have on our horizon,
Wow.
the thing that I'm working on right now,
I still haven't
is
had any.
destinations or
It's been
commercial
out
space
for
stations. We know the
months and
Space
months
Station,
now.
The International Space Station.
I still cannot find
is going to
any
be
in the
retired
UK.
in 2030. We need to have continuous access to space
I need
and a
to
destination to go to. So now we want commercial companies to
download
build a
the
private
app.
space station where we can just be
Where is
one
it?
of many customers.
Yeah, and to that end, what are we doing to encourage that?
We have 4 agreements and contracts with companies now: Axiom Space, NanoRacks, Blue Origin, and Northrop Grumman. They all have different concepts, and they all have different transportation modes, and they all are kind of targeting different markets. So it's really interesting. This is sort of the early development time,
Okay.
and I think things will shake out. I don't think we'll have a big enough market to keep 4 space stations on orbit. So this is the time when they innovate and they're competing, and it's kind of cool to see each one of these stations and how they develop.
And again, why is this important to us? Why do we want to be one of many customers in low Earth orbit?
So I think there's lots of reasons. Number one, when we first started building the
Ooh.
International Space Station,
So it's
there
only
wasn't
free
any other
now-
space
free
stations
bottles per
that we
customer
could use
now
at that time.
for
So
Prime
NASA
at
had to build
Asda.
it. But today we can leverage
Which is
private
no longer
sector
Walmart,
investment,
which I found out the
because
other
there
day.
are other customers other than NASA who
You can
want
tell
to go to
because
low
it's
Earth
actually
orbit,
starting to
either for science,
get some really
or
cool things. We've
just
got
to look out the
rewards and
window
stuff.
or whatever, for whatever reason. So we can take advantage of that. We don't have to pay for the entire infrastructure. We
Right.
can just be a customer and just pay our own sort of fare for what we do. And so it's more beneficial for NASA, and then we can take that savings and put it into our Moon Mars initiative. I really feel like the Artemis mission, the SLS and the Orion that was on the pad and we will hopefully launch next month,
Yep.
I don't think it would be as far along as it is today if it weren't for our commercial partnerships, because they help save us money.
Oh,
and we
there's
could
some good
take that savings
video
and
of
put it
the
into our deep space
crew
exploration program.
Yeah, and you
going
said personally,
past
this
in
is
the
what you've been
Teslas.
working on for years now. How does it make you feel knowing that, as you just said, you know, the success we've had with commercial space is really fueling what we will see in the future with NASA?
It's been very gratifying. I have to say, you know, when we were first starting out, I had to say, I think this will work. I think this is going to be a better way to do this particular mission. But I didn't have any proof. But then in 2012, we launched the first Falcon to the International Space Station for the cargo program.
Right.
That showed that the model
From the
could work.
win can.
And then in 2020,
Ki now bay tu jodan ISS. Toy kung she daimot shuya.
That was just, it was just an amazing
When
mission.
I fly 2
and Bob,
hours
we
to
have,
the
he's co-hosting the show today, so
I want
that's
us to
full
take
circle.
a
How
flight.
we're coming. Can you imagine? It's
Dude,
Crew
do you know
5,
what? I
and
would
just,
pay, if I
a couple
had
of years ago, we had Bob
all the money in the world, I'd pay to go to the
I know, it is
International Space
amazing. I
Station.
was just telling some of my
I
relatives,
really
I was
would.
like,
I
"Oh,
would
this is
love
the
to
fifth one," and
do
they're like, what? How did
a
it
couple
happen so
months up
fast?
there. It
And,
would be
we go every 6
awesome.
months, and so we tend to accumulate missions.
Hey,
And so we're putting the
Jess.
plaques on the wall outside my office, and it's getting pretty full. And that's
Jesse,
pretty nice
is
to
it
see.
Jesse?
That's absolutely
Yeah,
great.
Jesse.
Thank you so much, Phil, for being
Hello.
here. And I can't wait to watch the launch with you. Thanks so much.
Jesse
Back to you
Siljanto.
guys.
Thank you, Megan.
Hello,
T-minus
man.
2 hours and 54 minutes and counting. And you must
We
do
got
that
a
lot,
long old
Bob.
live stream today.
So many people
Because
were
what, we're
watching
2 hours
and
54
following,
minutes,
your missions
and that's
as a
just until
historic
liftoff.
person.
Then we
Kinda
got,
feel an
what, another
attachment,
half an hour
to what you did that
of
day.
doing
It
things.
was an exciting time, of course. I think it was a little bit strained with the COVID situation and folks kind of at
So,
home watching kind of electronically rather
Once
than
they're sort of
in person
up there
here
and
at the
they're in,
Causeway,
I'm going to go
potentially.
and get
So,
some
a lot,
food.
a lot of folks watched the
because
mission
I'm
and with the Bob
starving.
and the
It's
Doug and the Space Dads.
2
I think
o'clock
they
in the
made a connection
afternoon.
and they
I woke
appreciated
up at
just being part
11
of it.
and
Doug
I'm
and Bob and
hungry
Bob
because
and
I've not
Doug
even
and their excellent
had
adventure.
any food yet. So
I don't know about all that, but we had a wonderful experience.
I've
on
only
board
had
the
half a
International
bottle
Space
of
Station.
drink so
And it
far.
was wonderful to watch
Oh.
and chronicle as you guys
Some of these
we all
photos coming
got to
from the
space
crew
station, came back safely. We see
shots
some beautiful shots
back at
from
the
high
thing
above.
saying
The
goodbye to
weather,
their families.
I mentioned at the beginning,
So
less
cute.
than 10% chance of violating. We've got onshore breezes here that are kicking up some waves. That's some rough surface
Oh wait,
conditions.
what?
That, of course, no impact to the launch today, but you can see the
I mean,
flag
technically
flying,
it is, yeah.
clock ticking down.
Someone's
If you're
found
just
out
joining us, you're watching
on
live
the Apple
coverage
Watch,
of
you've
SpaceX
got
mission known as Crew 5.
the new
As we
dynamic
watch the
island,
first
but
two
it's
astronauts
not actually the cameras,
walk out
it's at
onto
the
the pad
top
surface,
of it. It
getting
actually
ready
looks pretty
to
cool.
do what, and I have to admit, I have to attribute this. The rocket recline. There
Oh
it is.
yeah, to look
I
up.
like the way they did it kind of in coordination as well. I think that was something that Doug and I didn't quite nail on the Demo 2 mission, but I appreciate them getting it sorted out by Crew
That is
5.
super awesome.
That was Commander Nicole Mann and pilot Josh Cassada that just took
Now
that
they're just
look
gonna
up
go and
mentioned
get the
attribution.
lifts.
That was our voice of mission control. Rob Navius came up with that phrase, so got to give him credit for that. The rocket recline. We'll get the next 2 mission specialists who will do the same move, but for
FOD
now they'll go
critical
into the
area.
elevator, the same elevator, Bob.
I wonder what
that you
FOD
rode
stands
on
for.
2
If anyone
missions
knows,
aboard
drop
Space
it in the
Shuttle and Crew
in the
Dragon.
chat. Let me know.
That's true, Daryl. That
FOD.
elevator there on the 39
For-
Alpha launch pad is just a
No,
wonderful
not a clue.
experience to kind of be able to bring it back into the game and be able to fly kind of, if you will,
Looks
slowly
so cool.
up to the pad surface before making a stairway walk up to the actual location where you walk out to the
Yeah,
pad.
I don't get that. So it's a
There we
lift
see the
up to
top of the elevators. Well,
the
we're gonna
floor
walk
below
out
where you
and,
get in the rocket. So
this
you've
is
still
something
got to
that they
walk up
have
one area.
rehearsed a few times. Certainly, we were here when they
It's just
rehearsed
like
it
them
the other day.
one
for the
last
dry dress rehearsal.
set of stairs before you got to go up.
Yeah, the crew has been through this before, and like I mentioned a little bit earlier, it is really
Oh, it
important to
looks-
kind of
look
get
at
the
them.
nervousness out. to
As
have
they,
done these
give it a wave.
operations, once before. We can see Nicole and Josh there as they've made their way out of the elevator.
So where are the
go
other
up
two?
around the back and make their way up the stairs.
Did the other
to
two? Oh, I
actual
think the other two
walkout
already
area
got
where
up
they'll
there.
Potentially have a chance to make a phone call, reach out to their family one more time before heading out to the
Look at that,
white
look
room
at
itself
the
and climbing into the ship.
Pipes.
And the closeout,
I cannot wait
team
until
right
we
behind
see
them
this
from
with
SpaceX
Starship.
as they greet
You
some
know,
of the members of that team with some fist bumps.
it's going to be crazy. The
telephone you
Starship
mentioned, Bob,
ones.
is there on the right-hand side of that that hallway there. But what I notice is the astronauts tend to pause right about here because it looks like that is a spectacular view.
It is, Daryl.
Yeah,
it
they'll
is
be
their
looking
chance.
out.
Of course, you mentioned the rocket recline where they're able to look up at the rocket. They're kind of co-level
Here's
with
the worm
vehicle at this
logo.
point. They're able to look out, see the ocean, see the rocket,
That's
see the
mad.
capsule itself before getting ready to kind of take that next step and head into the vehicle.
Man,
There
what
you
I
see
would
one of the
give
astronauts
just to
doing
be
just that.
allowed to go up that tower.
To the right, they are looking out over.
I'd be looking out at the Starship part behind it though. Eric, look at that. Look at that. That is awesome. I would just love to do this myself.
On the left there, you've got the launch
tower. If I won the lottery,
and that is the crew access arm that bridges
big
the gap
one,
between the launch tower and
go,
the rocket on the right.
I'd probably try and get my best mate to go with me.
And
we'd pay to fly around,
getting ready to do their
fly around the Earth like
get a chance to look up at the vehicle.
Inspiration 4.
I know they're excited to get their chance to climb in and strap down.
Go up to the International Space Station.
As Josh and Nicole were, but they did a great job. Again, better than Bob and Doug. So
better than Bob and Doug,
mate.
But not quite as tightly choreographed as Nicole and Josh.
I'd give anything. I really would.
Nonetheless, they get a great view.
Right. On this note, I'm going to get some snacks.
They make their way into their spacecraft.
We have Oreos.
Split screen now.
Oh, the dog comes over.
Specialist on the left and to the right.
No, you can't have any. Go sit down. Go sit down. Good girl.
Now they stagger the astronauts.
She's trying to get my Oreos.
Because everything is highly proceduralized, right? As they go through the lines, check off the mission milestones.
So I wonder why
it's carefully
they do
two
at a time for the lift.
As they get into the spacecraft.
Could it be because they don't want to get, in case they get stuck?
The SpaceX team has on their tablets as they follow along with the crew accomplishing the steps in front of them. But remember, there's just a single hatchway.
1080p,
and they need
come
to go
on.
in sequence, and it wouldn't be helpful for all 4 of them to be there at the same time.
480.
So we do bring them in sequence. Nicole boarding first, followed by the rest of the crew.
Looking at the launch tower there, pad 39A. Bob, this is the same launch tower that launched the space shuttle. It's been
Jesse Siljanto. Are they going now?
They're getting ready to go, yeah. They're just about to get into the actual Dragon capsule, and they will be launching in 2 hours, 48 minutes.
That's true, Daryl.
So yeah, they're literally, we're watching them get in, and then we're going to watch it go up. Eventually.
Doug and I were super
it's a very,
excited
very
to
long
launch again
stream.
From the exact same location. There are remnants of the shuttle program that are still kind of out there. There's a series of chevrons. You can kind of see them in the image there.
Chevrons on the floor.
Pathway, if you will. The crews go in the opposite direction there. Those chevrons point towards the slide wire baskets that they would use if they needed to do an emergency egress.
Oh, that's the thing that Will Smith did in Men in Black.
Item from the shuttle program.
And here we go. The first
sling
2
when he saw his dad.
to board Crew Dragon. On the left, Josh Cassada, and on the right, Commander Nicole Mann.
Here we go. They're going to walk down to the end.
Their way down the crew access arm.
And then they're going to it's basically like a cooler version of walking down the ramp to your aeroplane. No, it's literally no different to that, really.
Sergei Koskarov. Dash.
Photo op there.
Dash. Hello, Sergei.
Core on countdown.
T-minus
2 hours and 47 minutes.
They're going to sign
have arrived at the white room, just a little bit ahead of schedule.
board at the back.
There's the announcement. And you can see one of the SpaceX techs handed Nicole Mann and Josh a Sharpie, which this is something that's actually on their to-do list for launch operations. And
I do like this. This is quite cool.
Their signature.
Maybe one day
NASA meatball,
my name will be on that board somewhere. Maybe.
Encircled with signatures
I doubt it,
all
but
the previous NASA crews that have gone up to the International Space Station. That signature.
Yeah, it does take that long.
As well as
all the procedures they've got to do. It's just mental.
Jesse Siljanto. That's crazy how it takes that long.
Yeah, it's it's all about getting your procedures in. They got to then fuel, because at this point there is no fuel in this rocket at all. Like they cannot even start filling the rocket. Because
to the right you see the SpaceX logo for their commercial missions. They're also starting a set of signatures.
No.
Which is a great sign.
My dad's being mean to me, telling me to stop stuffing my face full. No, I'm having an Oreo.
Commercialization of low Earth orbit.
But yeah, so
Nightbot.
Oh,
Don't forget to like, comment and sub for more content, and if you would like, I have a donations page to help fund more videos and live streams. Anything will help. https://streamlabs.com/LeeWilson1.
For some reason I can't turn that off now. Since I've had text-to-speech, it won't let me turn it off. But yeah, they're not even allowed to start pumping fuel into the rocket until all of the extra people on the pads have literally left and they're cleared 4 miles. It's crazy, but it's just in case, you know, one little spark and it's sort of, you know, the people in the Dragon capsule will be fine because they've got an abort system. But yeah, it's super crazy how long these sort of procedures take. They got to make sure like the doors sealed, you know, there's all these
kind of rain or
procedures, you know, you've got to go through.
We don't have that today. We have beautiful weather, but it does ensure that the elements of
I want some proper Oreos. I want Oreos from America. I want some double stuffed.
Don't want any mosquitoes or anything headed into orbit with you, and so that's
actually I do fancy the red velvet ones.
There's a lot of humidity and mosquitoes out here in Florida. Fortunately today, we've got a nice little breeze that's keeping it off us here at the desk, which is nice, and kept it off the astronauts.
Jesse Siljanto. Bye.
See you later, Jesse. Nice to see you.
Onshore breeze, which should help push the clouds around. We've got a few of them out overhead. Our launch weather officer for today, Brian Sizik,
going through these Oreos like nobody's business,
telling us that we've got a nice high pressure system in the area, Bob, that's keeping everything clear as the first astronaut climbs aboard.
Core on countdown at T-minus 2 hours and 44 minutes. Crew have begun ingressing Dragon.
You gotta be careful to not bump your head, it looks like.
Yeah, it's quite a small
through that hatchway.
Hatchway.
Pressure seal that needs to be kind of maintained in pristine condition, so when the time comes to close the hatch, you'll actually get a good seal with that hatch closure operation. And so the crew is keenly aware that they need to protect that environment, and that they climb into the vehicle very carefully.
Carefully stepping over that seal.
Just broke it.
That's
I can never seem to twist an Oreo without breaking it.
Closely inspecting that seal, just to make sure that there's no debris, no what they call FOD, foreign object debris, which could compromise the seal.
There you go. That's what FOD stands for.
Inside and space on the outside.
Foreign object debris.
Absolutely. That team, of course, it's a little bit difficult in the suit itself to be able to monitor and make sure that you don't bump anything that you're not supposed to bump into. But that team of SpaceX folks just does a great job with assisting the crew, letting them do as much as they would like to do on their own, but also ensuring that everything's done perfectly so that nothing has to be redone in the time-critical situation for launch.
And here come our second 2 astronauts, mission specialists Koichi Wakata.
Nice.
Anna Kikina. They're next up in the White Room. Big thumbs up.
I'm on my last Oreo.
He's the veteran of this group, Bob. We got 3 first-time flyers.
Oh, I've done it. Finally.
And a guy that has a lot of experience in space.
That's true, Daryl. You know, Koichi was in the astronaut office when I arrived a couple decades ago. You know, just having joined and trained as a shuttle astronaut, getting the opportunity to fly on his 3rd space vehicle kind of going forward here. It's got to be exciting for him to try on a new spaceship.
Oh, Jerry Rig Everything has COVID. Oh, 16 hours ago. Why did it not pop up earlier?
Got the green light flashing above, and I'm going to take that as green as go.
I wasn't following them on Twitter, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's Siri's birthday. Yesterday, Siri's birthday.
It does take a relatively large team. It does seem like you know, the crew being able to head out to the launch pad and climb in almost by themselves would be a thing. But in order to make sure that things are all done perfectly, that team of SpaceX folks follows along very carefully with the procedure to make sure everything's done exactly per the checklist.
And our mission specialists will now put their signatures on the white room as the commander and pilot finish up securing their 5-point harness into their seat.
It's like getting into a bucket seat in a car, race car.
Make sure everything
super awesome.
Is lined up correctly. Looks like he's got 4 hands. Those are his gloves. I'm sure an extra set of hands couldn't hurt.
Yeah, no, he just has the 2 hands, just like the rest of us, but he does have the gloves there kind of taken off to kind of give him some additional dexterity as he tries to work through getting all the strap-in process.
There you go. So he's basically got an iPad strapped to his knee, to his leg.
Strap in with. Likely they
Super
won't
awesome.
need all of the capability of that harness as they head into orbit and take their ride, but it does provide some capability should the emergency
I wonder what their
system
0G
be
indicator is going to
really keep them strapped tightly into their seats.
Seats that are also sized to your proportions, right? And the suit is custom, but the seat I believe has 3 different sizes. I believe small, medium,
wow.
large.
The seat has some different sizes.
There you go.
The armrest have some
I know I'm going to
different
get a
lengths,
comment
and the
in a
footrest have
second.
some different lengths. So there are several
saying about which seat I'd have.
Not quite completely custom, but it does. I guess with you look at all the way up to Crew 5, we probably haven't exercised all the options that are out there, but definitely have some flexibility in customizing the seat to make it fit the astronaut.
And interesting note about the spacecraft endurance that SpaceX and NASA recently hitting a really incredible joint milestone. Crew 5 is SpaceX, of course, is 8th crewed mission since May of 2020. But as of this mission, Bob, Dragon is now certified for 5 times reuse.
5 times reuse.
It was 1-time reuse, but they've gone through the process with NASA and accomplished that reuse milestone, which
how many times was the space shuttles reused?
That's true, Daryl. It is really critical that these commercial vehicles kind of meet their reuse milestones, so that we can continue servicing the International Space Station by rotating crews. And so it's a huge accomplishment to get that behind folks so that we can continue planning for, the duration of Space Station's lifetime being accessible by the Dragon capsule.
We continue to watch the action live. In the meantime, let's toss it out. Back to California.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So this is actually the first time in 20 years a Russian has launched from an American-made rocket.
Climb aboard
Wow.
Dragon.
And
this
from
phase
US
of the
soil.
mission is also referred to as crew ingress, and that term ingress is used when crew members are getting into a spacecraft or airlock, while egress means the exact opposite. They're exiting.
Getting out.
So prior to getting on board, the crew completed a foreign object debris check or FOD check, and that means they themselves have to be inspected for any substances or debris that isn't supposed to be on them or their spacesuits.
Could you imagine getting like a
could
fly
potentially cause damage to Dragon.
in the actual capsule,
and on the umbilical port of their spacesuit.
and you're floating through space, and the fly is just going to be like tumbling, not going to know where it's going.
Actually begins right here in Hawthorne before the spacecraft leaves SpaceX headquarters
nice bar.
and is carefully controlled all the way through launch day until Dragon's hatch is closed. They're now getting buckled in and attaching their umbilicals to their suits, and you can see the suit techs or closeout techs are present, helping them out as needed. The umbilicals allow the crew to have comms through their suit, air to help keep them cool, as well as delivers nitrox for suit pressurization. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization.
Yep.
And there are 4 seats configured right now inside of Dragon and are numbered 1 to 4 from right to left when looking at the seats from the hatch. Anna Kikino will be in seat 1 on the very far left, and you see she just climbed in a couple of moments ago. Nicole Mann will be, Josh Cassada will be in seat 2, where the commander's seat,
oh, look at
and
the
Josh
Starship
Cassada
Tower.
will be beside
I
her in
can't.
the pilot
I love
seat.
any launch
And
now
then
from
on the very
39A.
end is Koichi Wakata, who is in seat 4.
I can't believe they're keeping the crane up.
As well. And directly in front of the crew members are 3 displays, which they'll use throughout the flight, getting insight into Dragon's systems, seeing any alerts or issues with the vehicle, and if required, taking control and manually flying Dragon.
He's having trouble getting his
now once the crew
back
is
in.
all settled in,
There you go.
coming up will be a comm check, and that will be to make sure that they can communicate with mission control. And then once that's complete, their seats will be rotated in position for launch.
Yeah, so they're sort of sitting like normal.
So very exciting watching them getting
and then
settled
they will
in.
literally
Awesome view of the Falcon 9
rotate
with Dragon
back
on top,
like that,
crew
and it'll be
on
looking
board
sort
already.
of at an angle.
We have been watching the crew since this morning make their way to the launch pad, climb up the fixed service structure, walk across that beautiful crew arm that you see there on your screen, and now they are getting settled into each one of their seats. And there is the Crew 5 crew there on your right-hand screen.
And the crew will remain in these spacesuits through the ascent portion of today's flight. They'll be able to get out of their suits and get a little more comfortable shortly after liftoff. For the portion that is the most dynamic portion of the flight, they will remain in those spacesuits. And the primary function of those spacesuits is to protect the crew in an event of a cabin depressurization. And if that would occur, the suit could inflate to provide a habitable environment long enough for the crew to return home. But with the crew now inside of the Dragon vehicle, let's go ahead and check in with Kate Tice for the latest. How's it going, Kate?
I've been following along with the launch teams, and they continue to work through the countdown. Currently, no issues are in work.
That's good. That's what we like to hear.
The comm checks with the crew inside Dragon, which you seated there. The first check that we will hear is to check the umbilical, which is the harness that is attached from each spacesuit to the vehicle itself. You can actually see the umbilical port there on the right thigh. It's that little black box. That's the umbilical port.
Okay. So it's just there. There you go. You can see
we'll check the ground stations, which, as the name suggests, are
that's pretty cool. I've never actually noticed that
here on Earth. And then the third comm check that we'll hear will be for TDRS, or the Tracking and Data Relay Satellites. And those are, that's a constellation of 10 geosynchronous satellites that help us maintain contact around the globe. As of right now, the Dragon Launch Op team tracking no issues. I was listening in throughout the webcast on their nets.
Mate, at this point, I'd be like,
on time and just a little bit early.
You'd be getting really nervous, but obviously you're working through all your goals and all your checklists.
We've got it in the countdown. For those that are new to our launch webcasts, of course, our countdown is the framework that helps to sync all of our teams up. So we build margin into each step that we walk through or proceed through on the countdown to make sure that we have plenty of time to work any issues that might arise. So with all that being said, everything is looking good on the Dragon side. As for the Falcon 9 team, they are located in Firing Room 4 in the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center, which you see there on your screen. Those folks are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and launch. The Falcon 9 team will undergo their own
okay, why were those two guys late the capsule?
So it's because there's not actually enough room for all four of them to get down the walkway. They do two at a time. I think that's just like a procedural thing.
At Kennedy Space Center. Now, of course, we are looking at weather not only at the launch site,
but look at the Starship Tower. It just you're gonna see literally a massive rocket go.
We're also monitoring contingency splashdown locations.
Actually, it'll go straight up first.
Back to Earth before docking.
So this is a giant water tower by the looks of it.
If that were to happen, SpaceX and NASA would coordinate with the U.S. Coast Guard to ensure safety upon splashdown, including extra ships and air assets to patrol the 10 nautical mile keep-out zone. That's, of course, to help mitigate safety.
We don't want no cruise ships like
landing area. And of course, we've also been monitoring downrange weather, which, as I reported earlier, was no-go yesterday, but at the T-6 hour weather brief turned to green. So we're proceeding, but keeping an eye on those downrange wind conditions. So as the clock continues to
it looks like a gorgeous day in Florida right now.
31-minute mark. all systems to continue to be go for launch. Let's head back over to Jesse, who's actually here in Hawthorne with me, just across the floor.
Hey Jesse, we like Jesse.
Thanks, Kate. Not only is today an exciting day because it's launch day, but it's also a pretty exciting year, as this year marks Dragon's 10th year in operational flight. It took a lot of love and dedication to get here today, and we are still learning and innovating from each launch. From the beginning, Dragon was designed to eventually fly people. The Dragon hanging from the ceiling next to us was initially flown to certify SpaceX for cargo missions to the space station over 10 years ago, which flew in 2010. Yet a window was added to hint at our plans for flying crew in the near future. Now, of course, the Dragon behind us and the Dragon supporting today's mission, taking Crew 5 to the space station, are very different, a testament to how far we've come. It's been a little over 2 years since we flew Demo 2, which was on May 30th of 2020.
God,
and since then, SpaceX has been regularly flying crew missions.
I'd love to see that dragon hanging from the ceiling. Troublesmeister, by her throat.
Every 6 months since Crew 1. Crew 5 marks SpaceX.
As soon as you said it, I was like,
for NASA,
I know what you mean.
And our 8th human space
oh, now you've set Nightbot off.
Including private passenger missions Inspiration 4 and Axiom 1. Now, speaking of Inspiration 4, you may remember Jared Isaacman, who served as commander for
Don't
the
forget to like,
mission.
comment and sub for more content, and if you would like, I have a donations page to help fund more videos and live streams. Anything will help. https://streamlabs.com/LeeWilson1.
Cool. Humans on board. The crew for the first mission, Polaris Dawn, has been busy
My
preparing
doctor's
for
just
their
messaged
flight,
me.
which is
I gotta
currently
do something.
targeted for no earlier than
what's
March
going on?
2023. In addition to Jared
I
Isaacman,
gotta
the
buy a
Polaris Dawn
peak
crew
flow
consists
meter
of
for
Scott
asthma.
Kidd
Okay.
Poteet, the mission's pilot, SpaceX's Sarah Gillis as mission specialist, and SpaceX's Anna Menon,
not a
the
P test.
second mission specialist and medical officer, and there you can see them on the screen.
I am getting blood done
will endeavor to fly higher than any
book me
other
in for
Dragon
blood
mission to
tests.
date. The crew will also be attempting the world's first ever commercial spacewalk using our newly designed
Yeah, that's going to be
EVA
amazing.
And our
Polaris
progress with
Dawn.
human space exploration does not stop there. As you can see, we've started construction on a new Starship pad at Kennedy Space Center.
You'll have to have blood to do a test.
NASA's human space landing system to the moon.
Funny. I have blood, believe me. I cut myself all the time, it bleeds everywhere.
And the certification of the SpaceX Dragon are building the foundation for a robust U.S.-led commercial economy in low Earth orbit.
Actually, the doctor did say to me, oh, you're only 30, so you're okay. And I'm like, I feel old.
And we're enabling
You're full of
development
Monster.
of commercial space stations,
I don't drink
private
Monster that
astronaut missions
often.
to station, demand for in-space manufacturing, and much more.
Troublesmeister, you're full of Monster.
To the moon and
No, I'm
beyond
full of
as part
chocolate.
a test
That's what I'm
flight
full
the
of.
Space Launch System rocket.
Dragon, ready for
Oh, ready for com checks. Here we go. Oh, look at SLS.
Troublesmeister, much.
And we did just hear those words that comm checks will be starting here shortly. So the Orion spacecraft and all of its components will be tested from end to end in this uncrewed test flight. This is a key milestone before we fly humans on board as part of Artemis 2, and then have humans land on the moon on Artemis 3. Now on your screen you're seeing some waves, some thumbs up, some goodbyes to the team on the ground. Once they close this hatch.
Oh, look at that.
MS1, MS2, comm check.
Troublesmeister, why are they wearing wellies?
They're actually fireproof boots. They're part of the suits. That rhymed. Yeah, they're just basically in case like there's a fire on the floor. Their sort of legs are protected.
Troublesmeister, ooh, fireproof wellies, wow.
And those comm checks have begun.
Yes,
We're going to hear a series of those communication checks to make sure that the crew can hear the folks on the ground and vice versa.
And looks like the crew is very excited, waving
check
at
my
the
kitchen
camera to the
cameras
world.
because I can smell like a slight burning. It might be my computer because
and as I was saying,
I need to clean it out.
Troublesmeister.
Once they close this
Do they
hatch,
come in
that's
green?
the last human being they're going to see on
No,
Earth
they're only black.
until they splash down in a few months from now.
Where is... Okay.
You can also see the crew with their iPads on their tablets.
They got
on
iPads.
their legs there. They have a variety of different procedures and reference materials that they can view during the mission as well. You'll see them getting that configured and ready for launch now, 2 hours and 25 minutes from now.
And these procedures are very, very specific. They are following them all the way, step by step, all the way through. This does include, if you're just now joining us, we are awaiting some comm checks, which they have begun. And they will be stepping through several different comm checks to make sure that the crew can hear and communicate with the ground teams here in Mission Control.
And we will do those comm checks through multiple paths to Dragon, including TDRS and ground stations, which you'll hear coming up throughout the continuation of these comm checks. The ground, of course, refers to the different ground stations, and SpaceX has ground stations all around the globe.
Yep,
and then you'll also hear
just
from Core,
literally a
MD,
couple
and
miles
LD.
away from me.
The Core in Hawthorne is the Crew Operations and Resource Engineer. The LD is the Launch Director down in Florida and oversees the the countdown ops. And then MD is the Mission Director here in Hawthorne, who is the overall flight lead for SpaceX.
Ooh, hello.
I just love the excitement of this crew.
When's it turning up? Tomorrow.
And this is a pretty
typical.
cool view inside of Dragon. You can see the 4 seats for the 4 crew members, but Dragon's actually designed to have up to 7 crew members. So right below this row of seats, there can fit 3 additional seats. Today, since we only have 4 crew members,
look at the giant air conditioner behind them as well.
Is actually cargo stowed inside of Dragon.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX, Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Ground station comm check is complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check.
So just going through, making sure that they can communicate with every one of them. Oh God.
Troublesmeister. We'll get her a bob for Xmas.
Oh no, please don't.
We did have a good comm check with the Core standing by for the next comm check, which is going to be TDRS, and that's
that's their mission photo. We should see that in a sec. Being
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
He's lying.
Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
DC, LD, and whatever.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1. Comm check.
Man.
DC, Dragon, loud and clear.
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
You imagine it, like...
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
Oh,
MD, Dragon, loud and clear.
Yeah, so they've now got to sit here
MD,
for
clear.
not only the 2 hours 20 minutes, but then they've got to sit there for what, 45 minutes
Dragon,
to an hour
MD,
during
ground,
the launch. They'll be allowed to float around after
MD,
that.
Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
It's so annoying, Dad.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1. Comm check.
Oh, mate.
LD, Dragon, loud and clear.
So once they're all in
LD,
and all that,
clear.
and once
Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
once the other people are leaving the pad, I'll go on a quick little break. I'm going to grab some pizza. I have leftover pizza from yesterday.
Loud and clear.
Actually, what was I meant to have tonight?
Tubblesmeister. What happens if they need a pee?
They have to hold it. That is pretty much how it is. Once they're up in space, there is... Well, there has to be. There's
and now that we
some
have
facility that you can go to the
checks,
toilet.
Let's go over to the Johnson Space.
Dragon, we are ready for section 2 and ready for seat rotation.
Looks like the crew is getting ready for seat
Copy
rotation,
that,
but let's
Dragon. We
head
will
over to the
report when
Johnson Space
initiating.
Center in Houston, Texas, and check in with Shaniqua Vareen.
Shrika.
Tubblesmeister. Could you imagine, Dad? Hang on, stop, I need to go. Lol.
Space Station Flight Control Room.
Oh, mate, it'd be so
Control
funny.
Center, Houston. A team of flight controllers behind me is actively monitoring the space station as we speak. The crew in orbit has completed a number of tasks to prepare the station for Crew 5.
Prepare.
Tools to monitor Dragon's arrival.
I'm glad I'm not
and
the only one that
preparing
has
the sleep
difficulty
station for the new
speaking.
residents. Many of their clothes and other belongings launched on a previous cargo resupply mission. Back here in Houston, Flight Director Greg Whitney and his team are in constant communication with the SpaceX
When did
mission
I
director
buy
for Crew 5's launch to the space
a
station.
HDMI sender?
Once we get into integrated operations, the NASA flight director will be conducting a series of go-no-go polls
You
at
know when
the
you buy
predetermined
something and
checkpoints
you
for
just
Dragon's approach. For now, we'll continue
lose
to follow
what
along
you
from
want.
here in Mission Control Houston.
here it is.
So I'll send it back down to the team in Kennedy. Over to you, Daryl.
September.
All right, thank you, Shaniqua. And if you're just joining us, it is
How much were they?
T-minus 2 hours and 19 minutes until Crew
Yeehaw!
5 launches as part of the NASA Commercial Crew Program. We've got Commander Nicole Mann, pilot Josh Cassada, and mission specialist
15,
Koichi
28 quid.
Okada and Anna Kikina. They are strapped into their seats inside Dragon Endurance. I'm Daryl Nail, and this is Bob Benkin, history-making
Bob.
astronaut.
Hey, Bob.
Here, if you want to get a question into Bob live on the show, just hop on to a social media platform, any of the following: Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. We're streaming on Facebook as well. Use the hashtag AskNASA.
That's probably why they put it down to 720.
To Bob Benkin. Now, the Commercial Crew Program.
Because I don't know
has
if you
hundreds
could
of superstar
stream
engineers and technicians
different
doing amazing work to get us up to the station. And Megan Cruz
qualities to
is
different
with one of them.
places.
Megan.
Yes, I do have a super smart engineer with me. This is Crystal Jones. She's with CCP's Grounds and Mission Operations Office. Crystal, can you tell everyone what that office is in charge of?
Sure, yeah. We have a wide range of functions that we do for the Commercial Crew Program. One is assessing ground systems for crew safety for both launch ops and recovery. An example of a ground system is the crew access arm, which we just saw the crew walk through to get to the spacecraft and ingress.
I like the little
spacecraft.
badge, that's quite
that
cool.
That arm has to swing away from the vehicle for launch, but if there were some sort of emergency and the astronauts needed to get out of the spacecraft, that arm needs to come back really quickly to allow the astronauts to egress.
So you're responsible for just making sure that everything is operating the way that it should be if that were to happen?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then right after this, you're also going to go to the nearby Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. You're going to be inside a room there, and I believe we have a live shot of that room. And you're going to go there so that you can serve as CCP's mishap manager, right? This is the room right here.
Yes, that's correct. And I have my
cool.
FAA and NTSB colleagues there with me as well. Since this is an FAA commercially licensed mission, they have mishap jurisdiction for some of the phases of flight, and so we all work together if an incident were to occur. I don't expect anything to happen. I have full confidence in the joint
Chat
NASA
69
and
XYZ heart and arrow VSADULT darty ing SITE. Check mark thumbs up. Chat 69 XYZ heart and arrow VSADULT darty ing SITE. Revolving hearts thumbs up woman. Chat 69 XYZ heart and arrow VSADULT darty ing SITE. Check mark couple. Chat 69 XYZ heart and arrow VSADULT darty ing SITE. Mouth kiss mark male sign. Chat 69.
I've
XYZ
never seemed to be
heart
able
and
to
arrow
recover everything
VS
that we've
ADULT
lived
darty ing
extreme poverty in a
SITE.
bad neighborhood.
Smiling
But
face
it
with
didn't
heart's
stop me
mouth check
from
mark.
trying to reach my
Tubblesmeister.
goals.
there we go.
I still
Bot.
had that dream.
What
so,
gave that away, mine?
in high school, I learned how to use a computer. No one in my area had a computer.
There's always
I
got to be at
found
least
it,
one bot.
uh,
I've noticed
so
I'm
learned
getting
how
a
to
lot
use
more
the
bots
computer,
lately.
researched,
So,
colleges, how to
that was to be
apply, how to
expected.
get applications, the whole financial aid process.
Wow.
And I was accepted
Oh,
at
now
the Florida
Nightbot's
Institute
getting
of
sent off.
Technology here in Melbourne, Florida, and got a bachelor's in astrophysics and a master's in space
Nightbot.
systems.
Wow, you're not even at
Don't
NASA.
forget to
You've had
like,
such a
comment and
long
sub
road
for
ahead
more
of you,
content,
but
and if
I
you
hope
would
that
like
people
I have a
learn to
donations page
take
to help
away
fund
from
more
your
videos
story
and
that
live
really you
streams.
can just
Anything will
follow
help.
your dreams if you have a passion for it.
https://streamlabs.com/leewilson1.
My parents have conquered their addictions. And I was extremely proud of my mom before her passing earlier this year. In fact, this necklace that I'm wearing is
Tubblesmeister.
made with her
You can't
ashes,
perform or
and I
spell.
wear it for every launch in her memory.
And I'm sure she's very proud of you. Crystal, thank you so much for being here. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much,
I
Megan.
can't
What a
perform
powerful
or spell.
story from Crystal.
Well, I know I
Jones,
can't spell.
the
That's
TCP
definitely for
Ground
sure.
and Mission Operations Office. That is inspiring to hear how she came from that difficult background to where she is now.
Absolutely, Daryl.
And it's amazing too when you think about going through a difficult road like that, and then achieving such a high level of accomplishment here at NASA. We're just so proud of Crystal Jones, and thank you, Crystal, for sharing that story.
Thank you, Crystal.
We want to introduce you now to today's crew. If
Here
you're
we
just
go.
joining us now, as you're looking inside the capsule
Dragon,
Endurance.
you are go for Section 3 suit leak check preparation.
Dragon is a go for suit leak check preparation section 3 at 4.100.
Oh, I got
There's
bloody.
been confirmation that the crew is ready to begin their suit leak checks.
I got
Let's
so
start
much
off by
spam
talking
on
about our
Facebook
commander for
Messenger as
today.
well.
They pull down their visors. She is
Hundreds.
The second
every
from the
day.
right of your screen.
Join
Nicole
my
Mann,
site.
a California native, holds a
Get
Master of Science
rewards.
in Mechanical Engineering. She is a
Go away.
colonel in the Marine Corps. She was an FA-18 Hornet and Super Hornet test pilot and deployed twice aboard aircraft carriers in support of combat operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. Nicole was
Right,
selected
is it?
by NASA
Okay,
in
we
June
are
of
fine
2013
now.
and in the years that followed led the astronaut corps in the development of hardware in the Artemis program. Today, the Crew 5 commander will be flying into space for the first time. And after Crew 5
Nice.
launches, she will be the first Native American woman to go to space, which is a wonderful accomplishment.
Absolutely. Nicole joined the astronaut office when I was the chief of the astronaut office. I'm just super excited to see a colonel in the Marine Corps head to the International Space Station from that commander seat, just like we had for Demo 2.
And you being a colonel in the Air Force, I'm sure you appreciate the military discipline that she brings to that role, just like your partner, Doug Hurley, brought a little bit of that. Sitting next to Nicole is Josh Cassada. He grew up in Bear Lake, Minnesota. The physicist and U.S. Navy test pilot flew 23 combat missions. He later became an instructor at the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School.
Dragon, we have pair complete and complete with section 3.
Oh, that's good.
There you hear the call. The leak checks have been completed. Good sign as we move forward. And I believe that was Josh Cassada that came over the line there, who we are talking about.
Copy that, Dragon. You are go for Section 4 suit leak check.
That was a confirmation, rather, that they were to begin the suit leak checks,
Copy,
right?
Dragon is go for suit leak check section 4.
All right, want to correct that. Cassada, he's one of more than 100 graduates who became astronauts going back to the Mercury program. More recently, he served as capsule communicator in mission control. But Bob, today he's in the position of pilot aboard Dragon, and that's a position you know well.
Yes, it's exciting to see Josh in that seat. You know, as all of our astronauts who come into the program, he brings a balance of operational and scientific expertise kind of to the mission in front of him.
In the role of mission specialist is veteran Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata. He has a doctorate in aerospace engineering and in 1996 became the first Japanese mission specialist aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour for STS-72. Altogether, Koichi flew 4 space shuttle missions, the Russian Soyuz,
right
and long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. During his
Don't know why that
two-decade
got stuck
career
in my
as an
head.
astronaut, Koichi has spent 11 months in space, and so he is the guy with the experience on this crew, the other 3 first-time flyers. Joining Koichi in the role of mission specialist is Roscosmos cosmonaut Anna Kikina. She graduated from the Novosibirsk State Academy of Water Transport in 2006. In 2012, Anna officially became the candidate for the position of test cosmonaut. Crew 5 will be Anna's first flight into space. Now let's check in with our team out at Hawthorne, California. Kate Tice, what do you have?
Thanks, Daryl. I'm following along with the launch countdown and our procedures. We're now coming up to T-minus 2 hours and 10 minutes. As you can see there on your screen, the crew is ready for leak checks. Those should be commencing any moment now. The countdown is proceeding nominally at this point on board the brand new Dragon spacecraft Endurance. We've already heard those communication checks between the Dragon team and the crew. We will hear checks, comm checks. So I'm hearing there's about a minute remaining in that leak check. There will be another communication check with the Falcon 9 launch team and the crew that comes up at about T-minus 2 hours. So at this point, we're in the leak check, less than a minute remaining. And after that, we'll be able to say leak checks are hopefully good. And at that point, the closeout lead will then verify that the cabin environments inside Dragon are good to go, and then begin procedures to close the side hatch of the Dragon spacecraft. So that's always an exciting moment. Of course, the closeout team will perform the final leak check on the hatch, and then once that is finished, the team will begin all their steps to ready the crew access arm for retraction, and then the closeout team will leave the pad at about T-minus 1 hour, and we'll hear that called out on the nets that the team
on that note, I'm going to be back in a minute.
And at that point in time,
I'm going to leave a little thing up.
Will remain on the pad.
Now, I'll be back, guys. See you in a second.
That team is on console in firing room 4. They are preparing for their communication checks, which will occur at T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes. SpaceX engineers have pressurized the launch vehicle gas storage bottles. Those are composite overwrap pressure vessels, or COPVs. They contain gases that are used to fill tanks with hot helium as propellant is that are filled with propellant, filled with hot helium as propellant is drained out of the first and second stages.
We saw the same. Stand by while we just confirm those results long term, and then for next actions.
Dragon copies and standing by.
So as the propellant is drained out of the first and second stages, we'll top those off in the last half hour or so before liftoff, those COPVs. Now, we also use pressurized gases to spin the Merlin engine turbo pump when we start an engine in space. The second stage MVAC engine starts up after the first stage separates, and then the first stage engines need to be restarted for that landing sequence. The gases are also used for attitude control systems, which help the vehicle with its orientation for deploying the grid fins and landing legs. Now, of course, we're continuing to keep an eye on the weather. You can see it remains a beautiful day at pad 39A. We are watching weather at the launch site as well as around the world for contingency abort and landing zones.
And Dragon SpaceX for suit leak checks.
And it sounds like we're going to get confirmation on those leak checks now.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
All right, Josh. We saw you come in a little bit lower than you did on dry dress, so just as a measure of precaution, we're going to have the closeout lead come in and just take a quick look and double check that everything is looking secure for zippers and umbilicals. How copy?
We copy, and we were thinking the same. Thanks a lot.
Good read.
All right, so it sounds like pilot Josh Cassida, his suit pressure is a little bit lower than what we read during the dry dress, which was the basically dress rehearsal that we performed early on Sunday, October 2nd. So the closeout team is going to come back in and just make sure that all of the zippers on the spacesuit are zipped up to the appropriate height. Just make sure that everything is locked into place. So we have plenty of margin in the launch countdown. The countdown is to make sure that all the teams are working toward T0 in a coordinated fashion, and we have lots of margin built in. So we are okay to go in and recheck that and reperform that suit leak check on Josh. So at this point in time, everything continues to be acceptable for launch. We're coming up to T-minus 2 hours and 6 minutes. So I'm going to toss it back to Daryl over at Kennedy Space Center.
All right, thank you, Kate. And I'm here with Bob Behnken, astronaut from Demo 2 and NASA's first mission. And we want to talk a little bit about that leak check. Bob, you were following along as they were doing the checks. A crew now going inside to double check Josh Cassidy's suit. What's that all about?
Yeah, that's correct, Daryl. You know, we heard the words from the SpaceX team. What they saw was a slightly different indication than they saw during Josh's last leak check. And the team is just going to double check that to make sure that they don't see anything awry. Just an abundance of caution. As you heard, the crew reported that they had a good leak check, and so the team's just using, again, an abundance of caution.
And a little bit of air obviously comes through that suit and goes out the suit, right? So this is a level that would be maybe a little higher than what they normally see.
That's correct.
All right, very good. Well, we're back here at Kennedy, and the weather is beautiful for launch as we stand by. And there you can see the suit tech in there examining the zippers and the connection points in Josh Cassidy's suit. So they hadn't shut the hatch yet, so that was an easy entry for that tech to go in there and check on that.
Yeah, so they'll check each of the places where there could possibly be a leak. One of the places is that umbilical that you've seen them disconnect, and they're now reattaching after they checked the seal that was there. They'll verify the zippers that are on the suit to make sure that those are all closed all the way to the very end. And I know that for the crew, these sorts of situations can be a little bit frustrating. They can kind of break the sequence of events, but I know they'll get right back on track here and continue.
Right, these are highly trained astronauts that have been getting ready for this moment for the past couple of years, certainly ready for all situations that they may come up against. And these suits, Bob, carry a lot, right, into the spacecraft.
Dragon on Dragon ground from C3.
Pause.
C3, I've got you 5x5. How me?
Got you the same, thank you.
So I don't want to speculate too much, but when you pull the umbilical away, you know, there's an opportunity for the comm system to just need to be re-verified. So we heard Josh check back in.
Those connection points, they're grouped together, right? You've got comm and air flowing into the suit at the same connection point.
Correct.
Also giving a check to Anis, or maybe just doing some zipping up and rechecking. We've had some social media questions coming in. We've asked you to participate, and we want to do that right now by asking questions of our expert astronaut, Bob Behnken, here. Of course, you can hit us up at #AskNASA on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. And our question is, coming in from Andy Hughes 01, why do the new spacesuits involve long rubber boots? Those are high boots.
You know, it's a great question, Daryl, as to why you know, the SpaceX suit looks the way that it does. Of course, as a commercial company, they were free to come up with a suit that really then had to be assessed whether it actually accomplished the mission of protecting the crew, and in those unlikely cases where there might need to be an atmosphere of their own because there was something wrong with the one inside of the spaceship. And so SpaceX chose the high boot configuration there, but it met the mission needs, and so, you know, the NASA team was able to embrace it and move forward.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the action inside Crew Dragon Endurance and our 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut who are standing by. The member of the closeout crew has exited the capsule.
SpaceX, we got a report from the closeout lead about verifying all the zippers and umbilicals. We're just chatting with a few more folks to see if there's any other actions we want to take at this time. We do have 15 minutes remaining in the margin here, so plenty of time.
Okay, Dragon.
All right, there you heard the discussion between SpaceX and the NASA astronauts. And so, although going into space is not child's play, every Dragon astronaut crew brings a stuffed toy with them, and there's one inside the capsule right now. We're going to step away from this part of the operation. Of course, we'll keep an eye on it, make sure that nothing happens that we don't make you aware of while they're working on that. But we want to take a little lighter moment, right, and look at the stuffed toys that are inside the crew. We don't know what or at least most people don't know what's inside Crew 5's capsule at the moment, but it has a purpose. When the toy starts floating, the strapped-in crew has confirmation they've reached microgravity.
So I am back with food.
And there's been a half dozen or so on Dragon so far.
And 3 slices of pizza.
We can forget plush Earth floating around by himself on the first uncrewed test flight in 2017 called Demo 1. And that's Anne McLean there. She was the one that received it. And that was followed up by a sequin-bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor, picked out by those fellows right there, Bob and Doug. Doug Hurley's son, Jack, and Bob's son, Theo. Crew 1 then took a toy baby Grogu with them to the
Baby Grogu, Baby Yoda.
Person crew when they reached space. But since then, well, it's been all stuffed animals.
I'm actually really cold.
And a turtle for Crew 3.
Turtle.
And a turtle and a chimp for Crew 4, as you can see there. And so right here on set, Bob was kind enough to bring Tremor with him that you saw floating around in his capsule. This is actually Tremor, the one that went up into space.
That's true, Daryl. This is the
That's been to space.
It's got the tether still installed,
Tubblesmeister.
that we use to keep track of
Is that the turtle that took your GoPro?
I don't think there's no turtles in the Thames estuary.
Starting up the suit leak checks again.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, Josh, that completes the troubleshooting actions we wanted to take. So we
maybe a shark or something, and a whale.
Given that, we are recommending that you proceed back to section 3 of 4.100 and reperform the suit leak check preparation and suit leak checks. I'll copy.
Okay, Dragon copies. We're going to step into section 3 of 4.100 and we'll let you know.
Tubblesmeister. I speak estuary brew.
Estuary brew.
Right, so they're going to recheck those suits. And while they do
so
that,
this is
quickly,
why there's
how did your son
all this time. You know, they got just it gives them time to double check stuff.
Well, Daryl, you know, there's no telling what goes through the minds of 2 young elementary school boys, my son Theo and Doug's son Jack. But they had a collection.
Tubblesmeister.
Were
is this stream log just a reason for you to eat?
Oh yeah, probably yeah. Yeah, you caught me out.
I'm glad that some other folks have been able to follow.
Not in 4K.
And be able to excite a couple of kids, if you will, about flying in space, even if it's.
No, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be eating a lot more.
They can access, and can you confirm that all the sequins are still there?
I only got 3 slices of pizza.
I can confirm, and I do know that
and then
the
just
teams
before
look really
launch,
closely at each of
get
the
another slice
indicators
pizza.
to make sure they're compatible with the SpaceX Crew Dragons environment as well as the space station environment. And so we got approval, and we were able to take the Apatosaurus Tremor with us into space.
That's a neat thing, and it lives now in the Bacon
dog
household.
coming up to me.
Crew 5 is the latest launch by Kennedy's Commercial Crew program, and
There is complete in step 3.9. We are ready for the test.
Hey, we're ready for the test.
Copy that, Dragon. You are go for section 4 suit leak check.
So this is all that.
Start up the suit.
Go for suit leak check.
One of the people's suits didn't pressurize fully.
Communication confirming they're going to restart the suit leak check. Bob Binkin telling me that the suits inflate just a little bit as they make that check. In the meantime, we'll take an interview now and check in with Kennedy's Commercial Crew program. It was created in 2011 and has been flying astronauts from American soil to the International Space Station for the last 2 years. Let's bring in NASA's Megan Cruz, who's with Kennedy Center Director Janet Petro.
I am, Daryl. Thank you so much, Janet. It's always so great to have you here, especially for a day like today. You know, we're about to launch this new crew to the ISS. How do you feel about Kennedy again playing this important role in continuing what we do on the space station?
Well, thank you so much, Megan, for the question. And as you know, Kennedy has a very long history of doing really some incredible things. And of course, we were established 60 years ago to do the incredible mission of landing a man on the moon and then returning him safely. And in the 6 decades since then, we've been doing an incredible amount of impactful missions. And a lot of those missions have really helped what we do here on Earth and for the benefit of mankind here on Earth. That on-orbiting laboratory that we have up there is doing incredible science and technology and research that's really benefiting humankind here.
Yeah, talk to us about some of the things that we've been able to change and impact here on Earth because we are launching and because of what we're doing here at Kennedy.
Yeah, so it's incredible to think that 24 years ago was the first section, the module of the International Space Station called Unity, which was launched. And in that time, since then, we've had more than 20 years of a human continuous presence on the International Space Station.
Yeah, but she was asking what...
Every single time we launch a vehicle, whether it's a cargo or crew, we send up science and cargo and payloads where we do science research and technology development. And that, all of that not only benefits what we do here on Earth, promoting technology and bettering our life here, but also helps us to look forward to when we go back to the moon and then on to Mars. I'll talk about a few projects that we do here at Kennedy that I'm really proud of. One is the M-Solo. It's a commercial off-the-shelf mass spectrometer that'll help us seek out and search for ice on the lunar surface.
Wow.
And then, of course, we are the experts resident here at Kennedy for plant biology. And as we're going to be sending our astronauts further and further into space, to the moon and then on to Mars, they're going to want some fresh food, and so that plant research is really going to help enable that to happen.
Yeah, and of course you're alluding to Artemis 1, right behind us is the iconic vehicle assembly building. Inside there is our Artemis 1 moon rocket. How excited are you for launch later this year, and just excited for again, Kennedy's role in deep space exploration?
Yeah, it's an incredible honor to be here leading this center for that really, really historic mission coming up. And of course, Ian threw us a curveball, and so we had, we made the right decision and went back into the VAB.
I actually think Starship is going to launch before SLS now.
Looking forward to that launch, and when it goes, boy, it's going to really rock the entire Space Coast. And as I said, it's
and
copy
very,
that,
very
Dragon.
We saw the same with
all
4
looking
suits
forward
all
to that
passing their
first
leak
mission.
check.
Yay, all 4.
Help us going on to the moon and then on to Mars.
Janet, thank you so much. And we actually just heard a call out there,
so at this time, we are going to proceed with the count and move into Section 5 for side hatch closure and delay any other troubleshooting steps until we get on orbit. How copy?
Okay, that's great news. Dragon copy, and we are going to continue into Section 3 of 4.100.
Nice.
Sorry, Section 5 of 4.100.
Janet, thank you so much. So sorry about that. We did want to take a pause so that people can hear again the operational loops that we're listening into. But thank you so much, and I hope to be watching Artemis 1 with you soon.
Thank you very much, Megan, and go Crew 5.
Perfect. Janet, thank you so much. Back to you, Daryl and Bob.
Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Megan and Janet. And as we were watching the crew there, we saw their suits inflate. We saw that pressurization happen, and then you heard a report out. And if you could just recap that for me, Bob.
Yeah, I think the team saw similar indications, but it was 4 good leak checks with similar performance from all 3 suits, all 4 suits that they saw during that first leak check that they accomplished today inside the capsule. So they're going to continue with the launch count, and any further troubleshooting will be delayed until they're on orbit. So we're ready to continue with the count.
And so up next, you can see there is the closure of the hatch. And the closeout team will begin performing that.
That is so cool. So this is like the moment where
the hatch is
it probably becomes more real. They close the doors,
they'll remove
they start checking stuff.
Hoses.
This is the part where you'd probably get a bit scared.
That seal, put that on their mobile pads, and move through the process.
You know, we always think of things like hatch closure as closing the door and it's done in an instant, but closure of the hatch on a spacecraft is done very carefully with a lot of meticulous steps to ensure that that environmental seal is just pristine, and they're going to get a good seal when they
Chat
close it up.
69 XYZ heart and arrow VEST adult T dot E ing city.
Check on that.
Red heart kiss mark smiling face with hearts check mark mail sign. Chat 69 XYZ heart and arrow VEST adult T dot E ing city. Mouth couple man male sign couple check mark. Chat 69 XYZ heart and arrow VEST adult T dot E ing city. Smiling face with hearts revolving hearts couple.
But I've shut the audio off for a sec. Space porn. Oh, it's still going.
Excellent. Tubblesmeister. Is this space porn?
Oh, it's so annoying. Right.
Good work.
So
protective
equipment for the
this.
seal there on the spacecraft. All right, very good. We'll keep watching the action and tracking the progress as we head down towards launch.
It's just
1
bots.
hour
It's
and
just
50 minutes
the
until
way
liftoff of Crew 5.
The way it happens.
Tubblesmeister. Why do you get these?
Bill Nelson.
Every streamer gets them. It's
yes,
just,
we're honored to have you here, Administrator.
What
thank
I'm
you
going to
so much.
do
I want to talk to you about how we've had this continued presence on the ISS for 22 years.
I'm going to go into Nightbot
Isn't it something?
and see if I can...
3,000 investigations.
If you think like, oh, it's Bill. Hello, Bill. If you think like most YouTubers, they have like moderators and stuff like that, people that are gonna, you know, preview the comments and that.
As we get ready to go fly to
I obviously
the moon,
don't have that, so it's just me doing it myself.
To Mars.
So I've got it open to comments.
Platform. So yeah, the fact that we can have this continued presence is so great. And you know, Crew 5 is this first mission to resume integrated crew flights to the space station with Roscosmos.
The Mormon president.
Crews have always been the norm on the space station,
yep,
right?
It is.
That's right, because we built the space station together. Now with 15 nations, particularly with the Russians. There's a Russian segment on the station.
Spam
they
protection.
provide the propulsion. We, the U.S., provides the electricity. So for the safety of all the crew, as well as the operation of the station, we need both there. Now, particularly with regard to safety, if there were a problem, for example, with one of our ability to get to Earth, say we had a medical emergency, and had to get somebody to Earth, you need that integrated crew so we can still operate both parts of the space station. So safety is a big reason for us.
Yeah. And, you know, we are launching today with the help of SpaceX.
What the hell is
do you think about the fact that we've had such a wonderful cadence with SpaceX these last 2 years with the commercial crew program?
Well, SpaceX has been excellent to work with, and the proof's in the pudding. As a matter of fact, what's happening at the Cape is just unbelievable.
Yep.
Last night there was an Atlas launch. Today we're launching crew to the station. Tomorrow they're going to launch 2 communication satellites, all within the span of 3 days.
Yeah.
So it's incredible. But SpaceX has really been inventive, creative. They've been a good partner for NASA, and it shows that this commercial public.
You didn't say about the Starlink mission tonight.
Yeah. And now, as we're under 2 minutes to launch of Crew 5, what do you have to say to the crew? Any message for them?
Well, not only go Dragon, go NASA, but Godspeed.
And 2 hours to launch. I misspoke. I'm too excited.
You are.
Administrator, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here again.
Thanks.
And we'll check it back in with our partners at JSC now.
Thanks, Thanks, Megan. And when Crew 5 arrives at the space station
Tubblesmeister.
tomorrow evening,
What
they'll
tim's that?
officially become Expedition 68 flight
What
engineers.
what
Once
time
on board,
is
they'll
that?
do
That
something
is
known as a
at,
direct handover,
think,
basically saying that Crew 4 and Crew 5 will be on board the
12:10
station together
tonight.
until Crew 4 comes home next week.
12:10.
Crew 4 will be able to give Crew 5 an orientation
Yeah,
and
here we
show
go.
them the ropes, which
10
will
past
be
12, so I'll be
particularly
starting
helpful for
about
first-time space flyers
12
Nicole
o'clock
Mann,
tonight.
Josh Cassada, and
Nice late night again.
Tubblesmeister.
a direct handover also
12010.
helps ensure continuous U.S. presence
Shut
on
up,
the
leave
space
me
station,
alone.
a record we've held almost 22 years. The space station is an orbiting laboratory, and they will jump right into research and investigations.
Go, Lily.
Now I'll toss it
You good
over
girl.
to Daryl at the Kennedy Space Center with a little bit more of that science. Daryl?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Nightbot. Don't forget to like, comment and sub for more content, and if you would like, I have a donations page to help fund more videos and live streams. Anything will help. https://streamlabs.com/LeeWilson1.
Performing
Ooh.
aboard the International Space Station.
That's a fastback. My friend on
The International
Snapchat's
Space
just
Station
driven
is
past
a
the fastback.
state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
You're right there, Layla. My dog is underneath the table sniffing my leg.
Microgravity
Oh, now
turns
she's
almost
laying down.
everything we know upside
Good girl,
down.
Lay.
Liquids behave completely differently.
They
Fire
do.
burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board space station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies.
Yeah, look
that
at
will
the
be
solar
critical to
panels,
our
look at
return
that.
to the moon and Great Leap to Mars.
New solar panels that roll up.
Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
Yeah, they've
The
got
orbital perspective that we have here on
pictures
the
of
ISS is just
Hurricane
absolutely
Ian.
amazing.
It's
Earth is gorgeous.
mental.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. How long can you ride?
Stop sniffing my neck. You're such a weird.
So much about what these missions are about is the science, and even though, Bob, you were telling me, test flight, that of course it was historic at the time, that was reestablishing America's presence to launch from American soil, get to the space station. You didn't have a lot of science on your flight, but when you got up there was a lot of science to do, right? Even a backlog.
Absolutely, Daryl. You know, for my launch guest, even though it was a test flight that we were headed to the space station to check out a new vehicle, my T-shirt said "Because Science," and that was the reason that we were going. And I was proud to be a part of the when I arrived at the space station of the science that we were able to accomplish. As you mentioned, there was a bit of a backlog. We had a single U.S. crew member, and Doug and I were put into service right away, trying to support getting the science program back up and running and back at full speed.
Working hard on that science, just like our next guest.
Oh, nice. Just
we have Mike
shared on my
Roberts here with us.
Facebook.
He is the chief scientist for the ISS National Laboratory. Mike, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Crew doing their fist bump
and a good day
at the
to talk
start.
about some of the science that's on board. You got currently, as I
At
understand,
the
235
walkway.
investigations on board.
That
76
looks so
of
cool.
them are new, and you got a little bit of them flying right on this rocket here behind us.
Yeah, it certainly is a beautiful day here today, and we look forward to getting the science off the ground. As Bob indicated, it's a very busy time up in orbit for the crew because they are very busy not only maintaining the science portfolio of NASA so that we can continue to live and operate in space. They're also conducting science in space that benefits us here directly on Earth, and that's an important part of why the ISS National Laboratory exists.
What is some of the science that Crew 5 is working on?
Oh my days.
So as the crew goes up today and docks the station, they're
well,
going to be
luckily
engaged in a lot of
Nightbot's now
research
just
that addresses
hidden
medical needs here on Earth.
another
We
set
have
of bots. That's good.
partnerships with the National Institutes of Health.
So we are
through the National Center
getting
for
it through.
Advancing Translational Sciences, which is doing some very important research.
So I don't know
that
if
leverages
everyone's
the
seen
access to
the
persistent
news
microgravity
lately,
dead environment.
but
Bob, I'm sure,
character from
experienced the
Scooby-Doo,
microgravity environment.
Velma,
Your body's physiology
has
adapts to that environment. In
now
different ways,
they've
but in some
confirmed that she
cases,
is a
some effects of
lesbian.
Microgravity on the body mimic
It's so
the
weird.
onset
Why
of
do they
progression
have
of
to?
disease and aging here on Earth.
You know, no
So
one
the
needed to
National
know
Institutes of
that.
Health is taking advantage of that by sending small cells in tiny bioreactors up to space to
Oh my
understand how
God.
those individual systems respond to that environment, so that we can design more effective therapeutics for use here on
That's
Earth.
mad.
We also have experiments
Not
launching
Shaggy.
on
No,
Crew
not
5
Shaggy.
going up to Crew
Velma.
today that are going to explore the effects of microgravity
Shaggy's
on
just
the
a
gut
stoner.
a company which is
Actually, do you know what?
Tubblesmeister. Not Shaggy. Tubblesmeister. Oh no, it's Fred.
No, it's not Fred. Fred is definitely not gay because he likes Velma. Bloody hell, Daphne. Jeez.
Microgravity certainly an impact on astronauts the entire time they're out there. We've been
You know, when he
studying
tells
this
them
for
lot
so
to
long,
all
it's
split
great to
up,
see a study that's,
and he goes with
looking at,
Daphne,
those internal functions of the gut.
are they really going searching for clues?
As we truck along here, I understand that we now have science on board the actual Crew 5 vehicle. That's not something that's always been capable of happening, right?
We do.
How
for
old?
ISS
Whoa.
National Lab and all of the sponsors
Gwen
of the
Stefani
International
is.
Space Station, the availability of extra crew members going up on commercial crew has been a significant advantage. We've doubled the amount of time that's available for crew to conduct science.
Tubblesmeister.
But also, we
Is
have
the dog a
ability to
lesbian?
utilize the crew vehicle
No.
to get some science up there that can fit within the confines that's not occupied by the crew. So while most of our science and supplies still go up on the commercial resupply
Tubblesmeister.
vehicles,
Didn't
we're
think
also
they
able
liked
to
cats.
utilize the vehicles themselves that are taking the crew up to get some expedited science up and get it
Jeez.
back.
And we're looking at some video
Nuh-uh.
now of Lambda Vision. You can tell me a little bit about that.
Another very important development in space is the utilization of space and access for commercial companies. So Lambda Vision is a small startup biotechnology company that is pioneering the use of bacteriorhodopsin, a protein from bacteria that can be used to manufacture artificial retinas. So Lambda Vision is utilizing the absence of microgravity to improve their ability to manufacture these artificial retinas in space. These artificial retinas, when they're approved for use,
Oh,
by the
that's not
FDA,
fair.
will
Rich got the
enable
old
Lambda
rate
Vision
of
to offer
my mate's
the
wedding
availability to recover
for his
from
hotel
retinitis
room.
pigmentosa and macular degeneration here on Earth. Currently, there are no effective therapies for that recover full sight or full vision.
How about that?
This technology offers that advantage.
Offering a lot of hope for people who suffer from those diseases, and so it'll be exciting to see what kind of results come from that experiment.
It is, and Lambda Vision's had the opportunity through ISS National Lab and NASA to operate 4 different experiments in space. So this new era of easy access to space for support of science that benefits here on Earth is really turning into
IT
great
crowd.
dividends for people on Earth.
Mike Roberts, Chief Scientist for the ISS National Laboratory, thanks for being here and sharing your knowledge about the science on board the ISS.
Thanks, Daryl.
Yeah, this is the
All right, as
portion
we
of the live
continue
stream that's going to
watch
go a
the
bit like
operation and our team check through the
boring.
milestones here, we will toss it back out to Houston. Actually, we're going to throw it to California and Hawthorne, where Sandra and Jesse are standing by.
Thanks, Daryl. Earlier, we did talk about the progress that both NASA and SpaceX have made in human spaceflight since we first started flying Dragon regularly over 10 years ago. So to support our increasing number of human spaceflight missions, your spacesuit team has been busy at work, Jessie.
Yes, we have. You might be surprised to know that the completion of the Crew 5 suits marks SpaceX's 50th completed IVA, or intravehicular
50.
activity suit, including development,
Jeez.
training, and qualification suits. 30 of those suits were created for flight. This number is inclusive of the suits that the Crew 5 astronauts are wearing today. 17 of the 50 were built and used for development and training. One was used to get our suit qualified for space, and we produced suits to support the passengers for
and
a
they're
couple
going to have their
demonstration
own
missions as
EVA
well.
ones.
You may recall Starman and Ripley. Starman flew on our first Falcon Heavy flight
look at that.
in 2018 and is still flying around out in space. And Ripley was the anthropomorphic test device that flew on Demo 1 to help us collect lots
Just
of
saying,
data
there's
before
literally,
flying Bob and
like,
Doug.
if aliens found
And as a reminder, this
the car,
spacesuit that you've seen
it's going to be like,
wearing throughout operations
it's not
today
moving, I
is
think
an
it's dead.
intravehicular activity suit designed for use inside Dragon.
Oh,
Its primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a
Ooh.
cabin depressurization. Now, when the astronauts move onto the International Space Station following docking, the spacesuits will stay on board Dragon. The astronauts will then use NASA's Extravehicular Activity, or EVA, suit when outside of the International Space Station performing spacewalks.
The suit teams work tirelessly to make sure all of our astronauts have a positive experience while wearing our spacesuits and ensures the highest
Tubblemeister.
level of safety.
Do you have audio control at your end? BCOZU very low.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My microphone, if I'm up close like this, it's brilliant. It works fine. But I move not even half a foot back and it goes really quiet. So what I'm going to do, turn down their audio. But I think I might need a new microphone because this one's old now. I mean, you got it, Mark, so it's seriously old now.
Tubblemeister. SpaceX sound is also low.
While the suit is a single piece, which means the helmet, gloves, and boots all remain attached as one piece.
What
With
I'm
us
gonna do,
today is a SpaceX
Enhanced
helmet
audio
lent to us
properties.
by the spacesuit team, and you can see it here on
Right,
the
let's
table
go
right
100.
now.
That's right, Sandra. This helmet is made from 3D printed
This
nylon
helmet.
and has a visor that pivots open.
Oh, great, we got more.
Go for Dragon.
They're all different.
Okay, Josh, we identified
Chat 69. XYZ Heart and Arrow VESTADULT dating SITE. Male sign mouth. Chat 69. XYZ Heart and Arrow VESTADULT dating SITE.
Nightbot.
Kiss mark couple mouth. Chat 69. XYZ Heart and Arrow VESTADULT dating SITE. Woman male sign mouth mouth female sign. Chat 69. XYZ Heart and Arrow VESTADULT dating SITE. Male sign mouth female sign. Chat 69. XYZ Heart and Arrow VESTADULT dating SITE. Mouth woman.
Oh, come on.
Tubblemeister. If we go to Twitter is super loud, we have had to turn TV right up. Nightbot. At chat dash 69. XYZ Heart and Arrow VESTADULT dating SITE to what were you thinking? Stop spamming symbols warning. Sergei Koskarov. Dash. Tubblemeister. Is that guy on the left dead? Tubblemeister. It's Uncle Marcel.
That's right, and those communication systems that you were talking
Oh,
about.
that's too funny. Right, is my microphone better? I've turned it up 50% more
but the crew does have
on the audio,
via the helmet.
so
You can see the slots right
the
there.
dog's come over to me because I was laughing.
For that capability.
Yeah, Pooch.
And so now we're going to check
Audio
in with
for
Kate
you.
while the team is working on the hatch. So Kate, how's it going over there?
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, it's super cool to see that helmet up close. Now turning our
Oh,
attention back to the
she wants to see a helmet
progress
up
of the
close,
integrated
does she?
launch teams. We are coming up on T-minus 1 hour and 32 minutes. As we just heard a couple of moments ago, the closeout team
Tubblemeister.
identified a little
Yes,
spot
please.
in that hatch seal. So basically the process is we close the side hatch, we inflate the seal around the hatch to a certain pressure, and then we hold that pressure to see if there's any decay or leak. And if there is, that's an indication that something is in the seal, and that's what occurred today. So the team is in the process of reopening the hatch. They'll clean the seal out, close it, and inflate the seal, and perform that leak check. So
literally, she won't leave my side now.
As we heard mentioned, we do have 12 minutes of margin in the launch countdown, as I've mentioned before. The countdown is to make sure that everybody is, all the integrated launch teams are aligned, and we do build margin in order to make sure that
you've only just been out
like this as they come up, similar to whenever pilot Josh Cassidy had a little bit of decay, or excuse me, not decay, a lower pressure
Troublesmeister.
value read
Dad
on
says
his
scabby
suit,
mutt.
so we rechecked the suit pressure there.
She's literally.
So working through those, no issues. We're still tracking for for launch today. And as you can see, the crew seated there comfortably in the capsule. It looks like Anna might be taking a little pre-launch nap. I don't know if I personally would be able to pull that off, so I really admire
she's having a nap.
the calmness that she's demonstrating today. So once that hatch is closed back up and we successfully leak check on that, we should be good to go. We see some movement there. She's not moving. As for the launch engineers, they are located in
Don't forget to like, comment and sub for more content, and if you would like, I have a donations page to help fund more videos and live streams. Anything will help. https://streamlabs.com/LeeWilson1. Nightbot. At Troublesmeister to how barbaric. Stop spamming words, phrases, warning. Troublesmeister. Nightbot, that's not spamming.
Oh man.
The SpaceX chief engineer, who for this mission is Dan Alex, he will check
that's too funny.
at T-80 minutes to verify that we are good to continue with
yeah, Martin, behave.
Now,
Nightbot will tell you off.
We will flow a small amount of fuel into the first stage to prime those Merlin 1D engines for
that's too funny.
The team is also monitoring
Troublesmeister.
fuel and liquid oxygen
Do your
load
job correctly.
preparations, ensuring that the propellants and ground takes are correctly chilled.
You're gonna have a fight against
loading them onto Falcon 9. Propellant load will begin
having a fight against Nightbot now, Mark, are you?
Now at just under T-1 hour and 30 minutes ourselves, the weather continues to be green. As you can see, beautiful clear.
You gotta love iPads. See, I'm trying to charge my wife's iPad at the same time, and I've got a USB-C iPad. And I'm going to do a USB-C to Lightning.
All that being said, we are on track to launch in under an hour and a half from now, and we are certainly getting excited here in Hawthorne. With that, let's turn it back over to Daryl and Bob at Kennedy Space Center.
That is so cool. I can literally charge.
Thank you very much, Kate, and we continue to monitor the work that the closeout.
Do you know, I can do that right now, Martin.
Checking.
Troublesmeister. You need to set me up as a moderator so it doesn't ban me.
No, I quite like it banning you.
Making that inspection now, taking a light around it. They had the hatch closed, but reopened it after doing the side hatch leak check. And Bob, it was interesting. We were talking about this just briefly before Kate went to us. There's a way they can check that seal to see if there's any FOD in it. And I thought it was interesting how they do that.
Yes, Daryl, Kate gave a great explanation of that process just a couple minutes ago, but what they do is they need to find a way
Troublesmeister.
before you get into space.
Nightbot can suck my effing lunar.
So what they do is they're able to inflate a small portion, a small volume, to ensure that they do have a good pressurization on the sides of that seal.
So I
if they do have a leak or some indication that things aren't exactly right, you know, the most likely culprit is some sort of foreign object that's kind of captured in that sealing surface. And so the team goes back in, cleans that area out, and then we'll kind of reaccomplish that leak check to make sure that it's before the crew gets into the space with the spacecraft.
And you can see they've wrapped up that process of inspecting, cleaning, and documenting
Troublesmeister.
the seal. And now
Hashtag rebellious dad.
To Crew Dragon with our Crew 5 astronauts inside, and
I've
now up the hatch now.
Change that thing. Right, where do I find making you lot moderators?
Dragon, for a quick update, the closeout team was able to open the side hatch and remove the hair that they identified as FOD. They've closed the side hatch.
Troublesmeister.
there.
At time they closed that door.
We are right on schedule.
Yeah, they're taking forever.
Copies. That's great news, and we're standing by.
Search.
Okay, well there you heard confirmation that they found what it was. And real quick, Bob, before we throw it to an interview, a hair was identified. Fascinating to me that something as small as hair can actually compromise a
wow, that's mad.
It's really important that that area is super pristine, and like we talked about a little bit earlier, you know, that hatch is going to be closed for 6 months as they make their way into orbit, and then won't get open until they come back and are on aboard the recovery ship.
Ground is going to be commencing a health check for launch escape system a second time.
Right, I can add users.
Computer state change, followed by that transition back to pad hatch closed.
I need Martin. I need your YouTube address. Right. All this just to.
We will keep monitoring the action here outside the Dragon spacecraft. You heard the launch escape system checks are coming up momentarily as they continue to secure the side hatch. In the meantime, let's go out to Megan.
Hey, found you.
Who has a very special guest, Lieutenant General Thomas Stafford, one of the 24 astronauts we sent to the moon. Megan.
Yes, Daryl, I'm very excited to have the Lieutenant General here with me today. I mean, it's just, I'm so honored to be sitting next to you here. I wanted to ask you, is this your first crewed launch that you've seen?
Oh, no, Megan.
No.
Commercial launch number 2. Always just love to see a launch.
Absolutely.
Having done 4 missions,
Yeah. I mean, does being here, does it make you kind of reminisce on those 4 missions you've had? You know, you're part of the Gemini and Apollo programs, and we actually have some pictures of you from those missions that we'd love to share with everyone. Can you talk us through what this picture is?
Here we are right after we've landed on Gemini 9. That was in June 6th, 1966.
Look at that.
There's Gene Cernan, my pilot. He's the first one to walk in space completely around the world. We did 3 different rendezvous on that. And we also touched down closer than any Gemini or Apollo.
That had Rich as well.
And then we have another picture, actually. This one's from Apollo 10, right? And that's you, the second astronaut farthest from the transport van, right?
Right. So that was a great mission. It was the first lunar module to the moon. And I did the first. We were too heavy to land, or we might have had a chance to be the first ones to land on the moon. But we were too heavy to land, but we went down to 9 miles above the lunar surface. Photo map, radar map, and
that is quite cool.
Map, picked out an ellipse that had 3%.
Yes, we do.
We need to get back here.
We do. We really do.
And then on the way back, set the all-time world speed record.
This picture's a little blurry, but it's honestly my favorite of the 3 pictures. Can you tell us what's happening here? You guys are on your way to the moon here, right?
We're on our way to the moon. We're walking slow to the transfer van. But then on the way back, we were doing 24,791 miles an hour, or miles per second, making 7 miles a second.
Wow.
7 miles a second.
Wow. You know, we're talking about the Apollo 10 mission and the work that you guys were able to establish to get us where we are today with our Artemis 1 moon rocket right behind us in the vehicle assembly building. Are you looking forward to the Artemis 1 launch later this year?
Oh, absolutely. I worked on helping getting that through Congress back in 2010. That's the authorization that authorized it.
That's quite cool.
Yeah, I've had 12 years of work on that one.
Yes. Lieutenant General, thank you so much for being here, and I hope you enjoy the Crew 5 launch today.
Oh, it's great to be here. The weather's good, and I'm sure you're going to have a great launch, man.
Thank you so much. All right, Darryl, we'll send it back to you.
Wow, well, that was fantastic to hear from the Lieutenant General.
Loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control. Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Nice, here we
launch
go.
Control, Dragon, loud and clear.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Oh, here we go.
Dragon, CE on countdown 1, comm check.
Listening in.
CE, Dragon, loud and clear.
CE, loud and clear also. This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineer comm checks.
There'll be a series of these checks.
Right, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to search up over here about how to make a moderator. I've added you as a user.
Want to just update you really quick. We got a good side hatch leak check. Again, a good side hatch leak check after some FOD was found that compromised it following the first closure. Teams went back in, opened the hatch, cleaned off the seal, shut the hatch back, rechecked
do I have to do
the seal.
I think I actually do it through YouTube.
Again, good side hatch leak check.
Add as moderator.
Now with the comm check.
There we go, Martin. You are a moderator.
The SpaceX team working quickly. They had 12 minutes of margin. They whittled that down to about 3 or 4 minutes. So great job by them. Tackling that issue that can pop up.
Tubblesmeister. Yay.
Launch a spacecraft.
So now you've actually got your own little symbol.
There's the Falcon 9 rocket on the path.
I can actually change the symbol.
We've got a beautiful day. Nice skies above. Take a little moment to listen to a special message now from somebody who's familiar to both of us, more him than me. Our previous co-host from the last crew mission, Crew 4, and the launch broadcast. A very special person to all of us here. Let's take a listen.
Hello, husband. It looks like you're doing a great job with the launch commentary. Keep up
I
the
am
great
a spanner.
work. Seems like all those tips that I gave you are paying off. A couple of things I forgot to mention, though. You should probably share some of your snacks with Daryl because he does get a little hangry if he doesn't get enough to eat. And also, it's important as the co-host to make sure you laugh and smile at all of his jokes. It makes him feel really good. Actually, there's a couple other people in the family that want to say hello to you as well. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, the doggy. Oh, the doggy.
Good job, Daddy, or else I will find new ways to motivate you.
In all seriousness, though, Nicole and Josh and Koichi and Anna, I want to wish you well on your journey. You guys have worked so hard to get here. You're going to be absolutely outstanding on the International Space Station. I cannot wait to see you up there. We're going to be cheering you on from down here. Have a blast, and we'll see you when you get home.
What a beautiful message. She's so good with the camera and giving the message. Thank you so much to Megan MacArthur for saying that. By the way, I've taken care of myself. I've got my food here. But it's so good to see her, and you're a little touched by her message.
No, it was absolutely great to see my wife, of course, our
That's
dog
very
Shadow,
cute.
who arrived in our family after we returned from the Demo 2 mission. You know, my son requested approval.
SpaceX, we just had a good side hatch leak check.
Hey, that's what we like to see.
My son requested approval
Dragon copy. That is great.
to have a dog when the mission was accomplished.
What
so
the
that was
dog
pretty
doing?
Cool to have the dog included, and of course Darth Vader making a guest appearance. And not something that I expected, but that costume has a little bit of history. We surprised Megan during the mission on board her time on space station with that costume, and surprisingly, she found one on board space station to surprise us right back.
Oh, about that. And he's using the dark side of the force at the moment. He's going to motivate an answer out of you.
He may have heard that line from both his mother and myself as we try to work through elementary school.
Nice. Nice.
Thank you, Megan, for doing that, and I'll make sure Bob laughs at my jokes, or maybe I need to just tell better jokes. That's what it is. Hey, we want to catch you up on the action. We did have some FOD that was found in the seal in the side hatch, and that was removed. The SpaceX team
Actually, do you know what?
to get that removed and cleared and resealed the hatch and repressurized.
I'm going to use that as a tray.
Confirmation just minutes ago.
There we go.
Of a good side leak hatch check.
Nice.
And so the team is moving forward.
Ta-da!
Beautiful shot of Dragon as we look
I'm
out.
actually going to
We've got some social media questions, and we
hasn't used it in about a week.
We've had a little action that we've been dealing with this morning.
So 2 seconds.
No, what
are you doing?
AdCon asks, what kind of
What are you
personal
doing?
items can the crew take with them to the International Space Station?
Daryl, it's a great question and one that we get asked often. What kind of personal items can the crew take with them? Usually it's something small is probably the best answer to that question, but they're items that are personal mementos of family members or otherwise. You saw my son earlier in the Darth Vader costume. As you can tell, Star Wars has a special place in our family, and so we were able to glue together a small Lego ship and have my wife take that into space. I took one during my mission as well, so that we would have something that he could connect with that was part of our family, something to talk about, during our family conferences. There are many small items with individuals that you want to make a personal connections with that typically the crew will take with them. They also take something that's special to them that allows them to either remember
false alarm.
or take
Dog's
advantage
going
of a hobby
nuts.
that they have.
So you can hear dogs out the back. But actually, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to just quickly be back. I'm going to just pop and do something quick while I've got time, while we're waiting.
And it's interesting you mentioned.
I'll be right back, guys. See you in a minute.
Commander Nicole Mann taking her wedding rings, but also some surprise special gifts for her family, and a dream catcher that her mother made for her when she was a child. That's aboard her personal effects, which you get about 3.3 pounds of personal effects, as you mentioned. So a nice cultural memento, part of her heritage as
Knifebot.
a Native American.
Don't forget to like, comment and sub for more content.
Let's check back now with California and toss it out to Hawthorne with Sandra and Jesse. Ladies?
Thanks, Daryl. We are just 1 hour and a little over 15 minutes from launch, and it is getting more and more exciting as we get to that T0. The crew has already ingressed the Dragon vehicle. They were helped out by our closeout team. Umbilicals were attached to their suits, which provides breathing air and comms to Dragon. Suit leak checks were completed, as well as comms checks completed with the core and the launch director. And after those suit leak checks, the closeout team was able to close and seal the hatch. We just got confirmation that we did have a good leak check. During the first round of closing the hatch, they did find a piece of FOD. It was a piece of hair. We were able to open it back up, remove the FOD, and close the hatch, and then completed that seal check. And now the closeout team is just wrapping up. And once they wrap up in that white room, they will depart the white room, and those final weather checks will be coming up soon, which will be necessary before a final go, no go. And there you can see the closeout team there on your screen. Again, just wrapping up the final procedures for hatch closure there. So let's check back in with Houston for a status on the team supporting the space station on their readiness for launch. Shaniqua, how's it going?
Thanks, Jesse. The team here in Mission Control Houston has polled that they are go for the launch. The International Space Station and its onboard crew are ready for Crew 5 astronauts to lift off. When Flight Director Greg Whitney polled his team, he was asking the flight controllers who work on all the different systems on board the space station if their focus areas were online and working properly. This includes life support systems, proper communication links, computers that allow us to command the station on board and their subsystems, and our ability to maneuver the space station are fully functional. The crew in orbit is awake and just finished their midday meals. They will start crew arrival preparations shortly, making sure they are ready to receive the new crew tomorrow. Mission Control Houston will continue monitoring the mission as we check off milestones for today's flight. In the meantime, I'll send it back over to Hawthorne. The International Space Station Flight Control Room is ready for launch. Sandra?
Thanks, Shaniqua. That's great news. And while Crew 5 is launching today, just a few months ago, we were launching another crew to the International Space Station. That is, of course, Crew 4, who launched in April. The Crew 4 astronauts currently on board the International Space Station have spent nearly 6 months conducting scientific research in areas such as materials science, health technologies, and plant science to prepare for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit and to benefit life on Earth. Such research also lays the groundwork for future exploration of the Moon and Mars, starting with the agency's Artemis missions.
Dr. Chao Lingren was born in Taipei, Taiwan, but spent most of his childhood overseas in England. He was an instructor and jump master with the U.S. Air Force Academy and also has a doctorate in medicine and served as a NASA flight surgeon. After he was chosen as an astronaut, Lingren flew on Soyuz and spent 141 days in space during Expedition 44 and 45. He has a wife and 3 children and is the commander of Dragon Freedom.
And up next is fellow airman Bob Hines. He was born in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and has a wife and 3 daughters. He has a Master of Science in Aerospace Engineering and served 21 years in the U.S. Air Force as a test pilot and as a fighter pilot in the F-15E. He came to NASA as a research pilot where he flew science missions in the WB-57. He's the pilot for NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, which has been his first spaceflight.
Now there's a couple mission specialists on board Crew 4, one of which is Jessica Watkins, who considers Lafayette, Colorado her hometown. A talented rugby player in college, her team won the national championship in 2008. Watkins was a postdoctoral fellow in the Division of Geological and Planetary Sciences at the California Institute of Technology. She completed several internships with NASA, including one testing system designs for the Mars Perseverance mission at JPL. She became an astronaut in 2017, and just like Bob, Crew 4 was her first flight to space.
And the second mission specialist is Samantha Cristoforetti. She was born in Milan, Italy, but now lives in Cologne, Germany with her partner and 2 children. In 2006, she earned her fighter pilot wings and flew the AMX attack fighter at a base in Italy. In 2013, Cristoforetti launched into space aboard a Soyuz for a long-duration spaceflight to the International Space Station. And several years later, she was awarded the Knight Grand Cross of the Order of Merit from the President of Italy. Crew 4 was her second spaceflight. This 4-person crew is currently preparing for Crew 5's arrival and also their return back to Earth just days from now.
And while Crew 4 was on board, they received a visit from another Dragon. SpaceX's 25th resupply mission to the International Space Station launched on July 14th, carrying over 5,800 pounds of science, research, hardware, and other crew supplies to the orbiting laboratory. Dragon stayed on station for a little over a month before being packed with critical research and hardware to be analyzed after a safe splashdown off the coast of Florida on August 20th. Now let's head over to Daryl at Kennedy Space Center. Daryl, how are you guys doing over there?
Well, thank you, Jesse and Sandra. Well, we're having a beautiful day here at the Kennedy Space Center. You can see behind us, we're at the Launch Complex 39, where media are gathering, getting ready to count down the final hour as we get ready to watch Crew 5 launch into space. It is a big day, and especially here at the Kennedy Space Center, where we have just been cranking out the launches, Bob. 3 launches in 3 days from 3 different pads. We had the Atlas V going off from 40 yesterday. We've got Crew 5, of course, from Launch Complex 39A today, and then tomorrow, SpaceX launching from their other launch pad, Pad 41. It's hopping.
Outstanding to see all that action down here at the Kennedy Space Center. And again, it's a beautiful day. I'm looking forward to seeing the Crew 5 folks get into orbit.
Indeed, and liftoff time is still holding for noon Eastern time, 56 seconds after noon, if you want to be right on the second. We're also tracking no issues at the moment with Falcon 9 or Dragon. We did have additional suit leak check that we performed, as well as a spacecraft leak check. Those are good to go. Dragon now good to go. The range is green, and of course the weather is doing fabulous here at the Kennedy Space Center. Downrange, they're watching some winds in the abort corridor, but they're looking good right now. And so the crew of Crew 5, talking about Commander Nicole Mann, pilot Josh Cassada, and mission specialist Koichi Wakata and Nana Kikana, well, they donned their spacesuits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room this morning. They woke up around 4:30 a.m., donned those suits around 7 a.m. They walked out of the crew quarters building as every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7. And then they were transported to the pad where they climbed inside the SpaceX Dragon Endurance for its second flight. Now we are seeing them live while they await liftoff. Bob, you lived this with your fellow astronaut, Doug Hurley. What is the crew doing right now at this moment?
You know, Daryl, it's a good question at this point. I think you can see on the camera that what the crew is really focused on right now is relaxing. You know, they've had a hectic morning, if you will, one that's very well scripted, one that's very well controlled, but one that causes them to need to be on schedule through all the individual milestones leading up to launch. That part's behind them now, and they're taking a chance to relax and catch their breath before the tanking operations begin here in just a few minutes.
Indeed, tanking coming up, as well as the launch escape system checkout and the arming that will follow. The rocket is on the pad, ready to go. And over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch. The crew will also, as I mentioned, will be arming that launch escape system, and then the fueling of Falcon 9 will begin. Let's talk a little bit about the details of today's flight. Launch, of course, as we mentioned, set for just a few seconds after noon, a little more than an hour from now, and then Crew 5 astronauts will race towards space, reaching orbit in about 12 minutes. That's followed by a roughly 29-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station, one of the longer transit times to the ISS, and then that docking will happen at 4:57 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. Of course, we'll have coverage of that. Quick history of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. It all began with the first successful and historic test flight
Dragon
of
SpaceX.
Crew Dragon.
The closeout team has departed the crew arm, and with that, ground is going to cycle the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon
All right, they're cycling the valve there, and as well, closeout team is now departing that location that you see, 39A. They'll be making their way off the pad. That'll lead us into getting ready to fuel the rocket.
Right.
Of course, I was talking about
I am back.
Test flight for my partner here.
I wonder why the dog was being quiet, and she's decided to eat something off our bedside table.
Together they
So.
flew the mission that was called Demo 2. And after Bob and Doug returned, of course, NASA was certified with SpaceX to fly astronauts regularly to and from the International Space Station. And of course, that led to the regular rotational missions that we see today, the 5th rotational mission to the International Space Station. Let's check in now with Kate Tice in California.
Oh, where are we?
Thanks, Daryl. Quick status update for those that have recently tuned in. We've had a smooth countdown so far today. That you can see there on your screen, our 4 Crew 5 astronauts have ingressed. They are in their seats. Their 5-point safety harness is buckled in, and they are looking relaxed and ready to go. They ingressed about an hour and 45 minutes ago, and the teams have completed the required comm checks, the suit leak checks, the side hatch closure, and its associated leak check. We did have to redo that leak check as a piece of FOD was found in the seal, so we opened the hatch back up, cleared out the seal, cleaned it, and then closed the hatch again and reperformed that leak check, and we got good leak check there. And we heard just moments ago that the closeout team is beginning to depart the pad, and at that point in time it'll just be the Crew 5 astronauts left on the pad once the closeout team departs the BDA. At this point in time, I'm happy to report that the SpaceX team is working no issues, and the pace is certainly beginning to pick up. As for Falcon 9, our two-stage reusable rocket, final propulsion checkouts of the first and second stages and the engine began a few minutes ago in preparation for propellant loading. This involves testing and cycling valves and engine pneumatics pressurization. At T-minus 45 minutes, the team will report their readiness for prop load with a final electronic go, no-go poll. Again, that prop load will begin at T-minus 35 minutes. As for Dragon, before we can start loading propellant on Falcon 9, we still have a few Dragon-related tasks to perform. First, we need to retract the crew access arm away from the Dragon capsule. We can see it there, currently connecting the crew tower to the capsule. We will need to retract that access arm away to its launch position. That will happen between T-minus 44 and 42 minutes. So shortly coming up, that will be the last physical change to the crew tower. With the access arm out of the way, the launch escape system will then be armed. Once those two events are complete, Dragon will be ready for Falcon propellant loading. We did hear earlier in one of the pre-launch briefs that once the launch escape system is armed, we will not have the ability to recycle. So we are basically locked in for launch today as soon as we have that launch system.
1 hour to go.
As for weather, we will also verify with the launch weather officer that all the weather meets all of the associated constraints, including items such as wind speed, lightning, and precipitation. Looks like with those beautiful blue sky behind Falcon and barely any clouds, we don't think rain is going to be an issue, nor lightning.
No, let's hope not rain.
We do expect acceptable weather conditions.
You never know, it is Florida.
Surface level and upper altitudes. As I mentioned earlier, we have been watching those downrange winds and they continue to trend favorably. So everything green there. As for the range, currently clear for launch from historic launch pad 39A, the worldwide network of ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites, or TDRS as you hear us refer to it as. Those are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. Today we have an instantaneous launch window at 12 p.m. Eastern, noon on the dot. Once we begin loading propellant, there is no opportunity to change that T0. The timing for Dragon to rendezvous with the International Space Station is incredibly precise, down to the very second. So we only get one chance at it today. But at good news, at T-minus 1 hour on the dot and counting, we are go for launch.
And we are now less than 1 hour until liftoff. This day is the
Dragon, you are go for section 6. When ready, report go for launch.
That's what we like to hear. Oh, it's going to rain here in the UK for a bit.
Good readback.
So again, we
we've
are
had
now
a few
less than 1
subscribers.
hour
Thank you
until
very
liftoff,
much.
This day is the continuation of regular crew flights to the
Right,
space
I'm
station
trying
from U.S. soil. SpaceX's Crew 5 mission will be the company's 6th crewed
go to
spaceflight
studio.
for NASA,
How do I go to
following the
studio
crewed
from here?
test flight Demo 2 and 4
Okay, your
previous
videos.
operational crewed missions to the International Space Station. It will also be SpaceX's 8th crewed spaceflight overall, including the private orbital mission Inspiration 4.
Today, our crew is flying on board Dragon Endurance. It will be the second flight for this capsule, and it will be taking a ride on a brand new Falcon 9. Now, it's been a great countdown so far. Weather, as Kate has been updating us with, is still good for T0, so the excitement just continues to pick up here as we get closer to that T0.
SpaceX Dragon in section 6, Crew 5 is go for launch.
Copy that, Nicole. Crew 5 is go for launch.
And you just heard it yourself, Crew 5 is go for launch, another exciting milestone. We did start our coverage earlier today with the crew heading to the launch pad, and prior to that, the SpaceX team did help the crew put on their spacesuits and conduct initial checkouts before crew walkout. Crew walkout was where Nicole Mann, Josh Cassada, Koichi Wakata, and Anya Kikina gave final goodbyes with friends and family gathered outside the operations and checkout building before they began that roughly 20-minute ride to pad 39A.
And we were able to watch the crew as they boarded their Teslas and headed down the NASA Causeway, headed towards the launch pad. And once they arrived at the pad, the crew took a moment to enjoy the view of the vehicle as that they will be taking flight on this afternoon, and then headed up the fixed service structure to begin a process known as crew ingress, where the astronauts entered the Dragon spacecraft. The SpaceX team then performed a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions were all functioning properly.
So I can't actually change.
And a short time ago, the team did close out Dragon's hatch, and the crew
I can't change the actual symbol for the moderator, which is a bit of a pain.
Until liftoff, things will continue to pick up as we get close to the go, no-go pole to arm the launch escape system and begin propellant loading.
The crew pull for readiness was completed at the T-minus.
There we go. Crew 5 is ready to launch.
For prop load is coming up here at T-minus 55 minutes. After that, at T-minus 45 minutes, will be an internal mission control Hawthorne pull, and then the launch director's pull for propellant loading.
Nice.
When we get to about T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract, and the crew will get the call to close their visors and to arm the launch escape system. Now, this is the automated safety system in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during the flight on the ride uphill.
And then once we reach about T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for the Falcon 9 will begin.
Hi everyone.
So we did hear that the crew is go for launch. Great news. So with that, let's send it back to the team in Florida. Megan?
Great news, guys. So yeah, now I'm joined.
So yeah, let us know down in chat.
The Adventures of Chan and Lee.
Say what you are.
Sure.
Whitey,
good morning. Yeah,
let us know where you are all from.
My sciences office here at Kennedy Space Center.
It's really loud.
I'm gonna have him say it.
Yep, long time.
Damn.
So I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah, let us know where you're all viewing from. I've mostly got quite a few people in America. I've noticed have been going onto my live stream. So
we call it Plant Habitat 03. It will be going.
Yeah, let me know where you're viewing from.
And actually,
if you're in Florida, you're very lucky.
Generational study, so
you can literally, you know, you'll be able to see this like 50 miles away.
It's our model plant.
I mean, I've watched it from 50 miles away, so mental.
And the study is basically getting those seeds, bringing them back, and then reflying those seeds to see what happens. So what's interesting is.
And the second picture, right, that we have, that's how you capture the seeds.
Yeah, that's how we capture the seeds. What's interesting about those seeds, they're actually the size of pepper. So imagine the pepper that you put on your food, very tiny, very small. So we had to actually develop these capture bags to grab those seeds. So what we're noticing is in a previous experiment,
some gorgeous photos of the
it almost seemed like
rocket coming out now.
Itself from the environment of space, the harsh environment that's up there. So what we want to study is, can we actually grab those seeds, and will those seeds remember that environment? So when we fly the second generation, will they kind of have a leg up? Will they go already kind of pre-programmed to protect themselves? So that way the plants will thrive in space.
That's interesting. Yeah. Why is that something that you wanted to see? What can we learn from that or use?
Yeah, so what we can do is, for exploration with NASA, obviously we want to get to the orbiting station around the moon one day, or the surface, or the transit vehicle, or Mars. How can we better prepare the plants that we send, or the crops that we send up there, so that they actually are ready to go, they'll thrive, and we understand what's happening, so that the crew can actually consume something great. So.
Always forward thinking here at
Always
NASA.
forward thinking.
Always forward thinking.
Always forward thinking.
Well, let's talk about the second experiment. That one's called Veg 05, and we have some props here to kind of walk people through that.
Yeah,
right?
we do. Yeah, so Veg 05, it's actually we're growing dwarf tomato plants, and we're going to put them in this
tomato
we
plants.
Call here the plant pillow. It's what's interesting is actually made out of Kevlar, so exactly what police use in their police vests. So I guess they might be bulletproof plant pillows, but yeah. So these plant pillows, it's just basically how do we hold the soil? How do we put the fertilizer and the seed in there in order for us to grow the plants?
Because they would just fly around on the space station.
They would just fly around on the space station. So we have a little what we call a quick disconnect here. This is where we apply the water. So once we apply the water in there, we have to keep watering it like here on Earth, and just let the plants grow and let them thrive in space. So
and you mentioned the fertilizer.
Yep, the fertilizer and the arsenite. So what you see there on the right there is the arsenite, which is actually clay chips, right? It's the soil that basically allows the water to be absorbed and allows the plants, the roots, to kind of grow in there and grab water and nutrients. The second there that you see there is a fertilizer, and it's a slow-release fertilizer. So when we add water into it, it kind of dissolves little by little, and it provides the food that the plants need so that they can grow.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. So why is this important for us on space, but also here on Earth?
Sure. Both of these experiments are
I
important.
hear a little
One
ting.
is, obviously, for exploration, we want to make sure that the seeds that we send, the plants that we grow, will thrive, right? So how can we make them excel in space, right? And the second piece with Veggie 5, which we find interesting, is how can we...
And we are at 16 likes.
Orbit, right?
For everyone right now watching, hit the like button if you haven't already. We'll see how high we can get the likes on this live stream. We have gained actually a few subscribers, which I'm very happy about. Thank you for that.
They'll grow, and then hopefully they'll get some...
There'll be many more live streams we'll be doing.
What I find interesting here
Tons. Especially with Starship going. That's just going to be mad.
So we really want to see what data
right, I'm going to start on my Mac actually.
So when we bring it down to Earth,
or should I say, me wife's Mac.
Another environment that is challenging. What did we learn up there?
Just hit my mouse.
Better crops here.
Alright, let's put the mouse over there.
Science, Brian. Thank you so much for sharing that with
us. No problem. Sounds great. Thank you.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Megan and Brian. And throughout the show, we've been taking your hashtag Ask NASA questions from social media. We have time for a few more that have been coming in, and we appreciate those questions coming in. If you want to submit one, it's hashtag Ask NASA on our streaming channels, NASA Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. The question is from Aditi on YouTube. He asked Bob Binkin, how was the launch experience different on Space Shuttle and Crew Dragon? Was one better than the other?
No, it's a great question, Daryl. We often get asked which vehicle is better, which one we love the most, and from my perspective, I love them both. You know, I had a great opportunity to fly and build space stations.
He's got to say he likes both, doesn't he?
Rotate as a crew member with the Dragon on a modern spacecraft. You know, that was a really neat aspect to see something that was kind of built in the 21st century versus something that was built, you know, in almost the middle of the 20th century. If you look back at the technology that was on board the shuttle, just super excited to have an opportunity to fly on such a cool modern new ship.
And now, next question at Mike Mancano. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Asked, and this is a fitting question for you, Bob. Did the NASA astronauts who fly the Dragon capsule help in the design of the capsule? Why, yes, they did, and that was you.
You know, it was an interesting experience, I think, for both Doug and I to have the opportunity to not only fly on a new spacecraft, but be a part of shaping it for crews to come forward. And I think as we went through that process, the SpaceX team really learned how to work with us and how to take our inputs and incorporate them into design whenever they could, and explain to us when they couldn't, because everything that we wanted they couldn't necessarily do. But we were able to compromise and come up with good solutions so that years later, maybe in Crew 5's case, you know, they wouldn't be cursing Bob and Doug's name as to what they had agreed to or said was acceptable when the time came. We wanted to have opportunities for them to have choices. We included the opportunity to write on paper, but
I
also
can unlock the map,
you know, so that crews, as they went forward with their missions, would be able to find the place that, you know, helped them be as successful as they could be. And so I'm hopeful that there's not too many curses associated with Bob and Doug, and it's mostly, you know, hey, those guys, they were thinking when they did this. So.
And we've had good results so far with 4 launches and the 5th today. Our next question comes from AppleWatch.com. If the astronaut schedule shifts during docking activities, does
that's quite cool.
In the day or the next morning? You know, we do know that the
taking a while.
ISS crew is sleep shifting in order to accommodate this crew.
It's true, Daryl, that the crew actually has to sleep shift to accommodate the schedules of the vehicle traffic that arrives on board the space station. There are even times when the vehicle arrives a few minutes early or a few minutes late, and the crew needs to be ready for that as well. And so
that
the crew
is
does shift
really
their
cool.
day around to
I like
support
that.
all the operational activities. Not only vehicle traffic and arrivals, but a spacewalk may impact things, or other activities that are happening on the ground, for example, might drive a schedule to be specific as well. But the crew's given time to recover after each of those sleep shifts.
Very good. And for those watching, if you want to ask a question of Bob Binkin, just follow us on Twitter at NASA Social, or check us out on the web at nasa.gov/social. Thanks, Brad.
I'm just going to quickly go and get a USB cable. I will be 2 seconds.
Always love hearing those responses from any astronaut, but especially Bob because he flew on our DM2 mission a couple years ago. So at this point in time, we're now under an hour. We're at T-minus 48 minutes, and the SpaceX launch team is finishing the final review of data from checkouts of Falcon 9 over the last hour. The launch director has verified with the launch weather officer that weather meets propellant loading constraints. So next up will be to poll the team for readiness, both for propellant load and for launch.
This is why
this
I
will be the
brought
last poll before
5
liftoff.
meter
The 7
USB.
SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they are go by electronically voting on the online countdown procedure. The launch director, or LD, as you hear it called on the nets, also checks with the Dragon mission director, or MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure that they are also ready. Earlier, you saw the vehicle assembly building called the VAB. The Falcon and Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch Control Center adjacent to the VAB. They have a view straight toward pad 39A through the large windows of firing room 4. Now there on screen, you can see the Dragon capsule on the right-hand side.
I didn't think I was going to do this, but I brought a pot of candy floss. Seeing as we're, you know, doing an American live stream, I've got some lovely cool.
The crew arm sequence will be armed. We should get a good view of
I feel like I just broke my nail.
On countdown, polling is complete.
Ow.
Team has pulled go for crew access arm retract. LES propellant load and launch.
There we go.
Operators in MCCX and firing room 4. Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed.
There we go.
All
We
operators
have
remain at their console, maintain a sterile
candy
cockpit
floss.
until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub.
Oh, there's a cat in my garden.
No-go conditions, brief the CE or LD, and they will approve aborting the countdown.
Oh.
For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence and immediately proceed into
tastes
launch
nice.
abort. T-minus 10 seconds.
It's like a lemon one. That's why it's going, invisible.
For the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control at this time may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Nice.
Launch control copies. Proceeding to arm crew arm for movement.
All right, quick recap there. All really good news. It sounds like the final poll has been conducted and all of the responsible engineers polled go, as well as the range they polled ready for launch, and the NASA team, the NASA launch team is also ready for launch. So everything continuing to look good. We just heard there that the crew arm, the crew access arm will be armed for retraction, meaning it will move away from the Dragon capsule.
Crew access arm retraction started.
Here we go.
Right, and there we should get a view
and it should
of
just
that
like
crew
pull
access
away.
arm now moving away from Dragon capsule. Again, this will swing out into its launch position. This is the final change to the crew access arm, to the crew tower. Of course,
that is so cool.
The transporter erector will move away from the rocket as it lifts off and just shortly before liftoff. So that, in fact, will be the last major physical change that we see to the pad. But this crew access arm retraction is the final, will be the final stage for the access arm for launch. This retraction should take
there's like methane tanks
to complete.
Right next to
Now,
the
as I
tower.
mentioned before, the range continues to be go for launch, monitoring the
I
clearance
don't think
area
they're going to
around the
land
launch pad,
Star.
as well
They're
as
not going to
air
try and
sea
catch
space around the flight
Starship.
corridor. And
There.
of course, here at Kennedy Space
Why
Center,
would you
can see
put
on
the
your screen
propellant
that
tanks right next to the
are
tower?
gorgeous. Everything
Like
continues to be
right next to
acceptable
it.
for launch. Many things go into consideration, such as ground winds, any rain that might be in the area, as well as potential for lightning, any thick clouds, and of course, as I mentioned before, downrange landing zones.
This is a very nice
we have
candy
mentioned
floss.
before that
I'll
we've
tell
been
you that.
tracking those, but everything continues to look green for launch. At this point in time, everything is looking on time for our liftoff at noon Eastern. We can see that crew access arm continuing to retract. Pretty cool shot there from inside the arm on the right-hand side of your screen as we see Dragon slowly move out of the frame. So with all that being said, the teams are ready. We will begin the propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. And we are getting excited here at SpaceX headquarters. The energy is
not long now.
To pick up outside of mission control. But with that, let's hand it off to Daryl to check in back over there at Kennedy Space Center.
All right, thank you, Kate. And back here on the lawn and the host desk, looking out at what one of my coworkers called a picnic vibe. Media and NASA social folks all joined here to watch.
Yep, we should have that.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
That person there, I believe, is Jack from NASA Spaceflight.
Retracted from the rocket.
So that's one of their live feeds.
Here at the Kennedy Space Center, a helicopter encircling the pad right now to give you that view. Great job, fellas. T-minus 42 minutes.
Look how far away it goes from the actual rocket.
Launch Complex 39A. The background, the launch tower for Dragon, and in the foreground, a Starship launch tower under construction. Up next, we're looking at the launch escape system getting ready to.
That's the first time they've referenced the tower.
Start loading propellant. We're expecting to hear those call outs in just a bit.
Oh, so sick. So sick.
Day at the Kennedy Space Center. Our crew 5, is in their seats at the very top of that rocket, inside the capsule Endurance, making its second flight.
There they are.
There they are, from left to right. Cosmonaut Anna Kikina, Josh Cassada, Nicole Mann, and Koichi Wakata.
And Daryl, they're getting into position to begin their procedure that'll have them arming that launch escape system that you mentioned. They'll be able to hear some clicking of valves and follow along on their display screen as once they've kicked off that procedure, as the vehicle kind of catches up and completes that arming sequence. And as you know, once the fueling operations begin, the crew has to be ready to potentially launch somewhere if there was some sort of a problem. And so that launch escape system needs to be in place and armed in preparation for that fueling operation.
Here we go. This one looks like a good color. We got pink.
That system will stay armed throughout the ascent phase until the crew is actually safely in orbit, allowing them a safe way to escape from the Falcon 9 rocket should there be any sort of a problem with the vehicle.
No.
We're expecting to see the astronauts close their visors and arm the launch escape system that you just talked about, Bob.
That's nasty.
Here in a little over a minute.
I actually preferred the like lemon flavor. Oh.
You'll also see them ensure that they're.
This is what happens when you get
appropriate locked-in position.
Candy floss for a pound.
Because again, should that system be required, they might be going for a pretty significant dynamic ride. But don't expect that to happen today. But they'll have
bad taste in my mouth now.
Place just in case as the appropriate safety measure.
And Bob, that launch escape system, powered by Super Draco engines, capable of moving Dragon half a mile in just 7.5 seconds, which is the equivalent to a peak velocity of 436 miles per hour. I know you know this system well. You were very much briefed and very aware of its capabilities. You want to be able to not only get off the launch pad, but also get off the rocket while in flight. So it's got to move fast.
It's got to move fast.
For shuttle systems, the
I
crew
am
really
speed.
have to do a lot of manual activities to steer the vehicle through the appropriate escape or abort scenarios, as we talked about them in those days. But this system is highly automated, and the crew primarily follows along with its operations.
Dragon, you are go for section 7 of 4.1.0 to close visors and arm the launch escape system.
SpaceX Dragon copies stepping into Section 7. All crew visors are closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
SpaceX copies all.
That's Commander Nicole Mann reporting back and confirming their visors are closed and they are ready to arm the launch escape system.
And you can see the crew members pulling their straps and ensuring that they are buckled in, because from a crew perspective, that relaxation period that I talked about earlier is now over.
Yeah, it's all business now. Want to make sure that you're.
It's all business now.
Firm and tight.
Oh, we've got Prime Day coming up soon, haven't we? I've got early Prime.
Operation that starts to be a little bit different than training. You know, you really can't capture the tones.
This is MD on countdown 1. Launch escape system is verified armed.
Nice.
All right, we got the verification of the armed escape system.
So from a training perspective, the sounds and things that the crew will hear during the loading operation are just different than they're able to capture from a training perspective. And so now is when it starts to, again, be a little bit different from a crew perspective.
There's no simulating that system.
You know, there is some acoustics that they tried to capture.
Falcon 9 tanks will be venting for the start of prop load. Expect loud venting.
That they tried to capture with the Demo 1 audio, if you will. But as you heard in the comm that just came through there, you know, you need to get reminded to expect loud venting during some of the operations. And these
there's going to be lots of vents.
That, you've been briefed on.
Yeah,
we
can't see it in this one, but just below, so follow the tower down, sort of
right now have
on the ground here, there are some
Malone exception, Koichi Wakata, was a veteran with JAXA.
What are they called? Fuel tanks.
He's getting ready to embark on his 5th flight to space.
Kind of like, it literally looks like this, big white cylinder.
As we wait for the next mark.
So I definitely don't think they're going to be
you know, the crew's experience, whether it's a space shuttle
catching
or
Starship
a
39A. I don't think so. I think they'll splash it down.
As we move towards that, these experiences are all slightly different. And so I'm excited to hear, you know, Koichi's discussion as he tries to balance and describe all 3 of them side by side when he gets back from this mission.
Would love to hear him talk about the comparisons. There's only a few astronauts like him, right, that have been able to fly on all 3 vehicles.
Yes, and as we go forward here with the Artemis missions coming forward, I'm excited to have folks compare and contrast their Orion experience, their SLS experience with Falcon 9 or our other rockets.
That's going to be fun.
It's going to be very fun.
Just a few seconds.
Look at the water tower. Look at that.
We're waiting the confirmation to the beginning.
That is so cool. So that's the inside dome. It's like a double-walled tank.
There as we encircle.
So that's the inside dome, and then that's the top dome. So they're obviously doing pipe work inside to make sure, like, they're getting that done first.
Propellant loading has started.
And so it begins. The loading of propellant aboard the Falcon 9 rocket, liquid oxygen and RP1. Got your propellant and your oxidizer. Blended together. Make quite the combustion. Millions of pounds of thrust to get Crew 5 into space.
Now, there are a lot of details to that operation, Daryl, with each of the stages, and as you mentioned, the oxidizer and the fuel both needing to be loaded, and so the crew will follow along with that carefully as the loading operation commences. If there was any reason for them to need to stop that operation, the crew would expect that propellant loading to kind of be backed out and reversed, and so they'll want to understand the state of that fueling operation going forward, just in case they had to back out of it.
And we got a social question now from Grant B117, who asks, how long does it take to complete the fueling operation?
35 minutes.
That's a great question, Daryl, and they started it at 35 minutes because that's really prior to liftoff, because that's how long it takes for the loading operations to kind of get.
Yeah, it's not.
The crew goes through the process.
It's not
of loading
a slow
that
thing.
Propellant, ensuring that they get the proper commodities on board. The actual sequencing of things might be affected a little bit by the temperature on a given day, but they have that process well monitored, and they begin at 35 minutes because that's how long it takes to get the rocket all fueled up.
Thank you for answering those questions, and to you out there for asking the questions. Keep them coming. Hashtag Ask NASA.
Hashtag Ask NASA.
And again, now that fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Crew Dragon are ready, if needed.
Yep, so if there's a problem, the top bit, the first black bit and the white bit where the capsule is, it shoots off.
Extensively for exactly that type of contingency.
It's crazy, the abort.
And so now let's go over to Kate Tice at
Tubblesmeister, watching you from McDonald's drive-thru.
Oh, that's so unfair.
Thanks, Daryl. You can probably
I
tell
want
by the background
McDonald's.
noise that things are starting to get more exciting now that we're practically 30 minutes away from launch of Crew 5. Certainly counting down the final minutes. Everything's still looking good for Falcon 9 and Dragon. With that launch escape system now armed, we are heading for an on-time launch just 32 minutes from now. As you saw, Falcon 9 propellant load began right on time at T-minus 35 minutes. The first and second stages of Falcon 9 are each loaded with 2 liquid propellants. One is fuel, which is loaded into a tank at the bottom of each stage, and the other is an oxidizer, and that's loaded into a tank at the top of each stage. The fuel that we use to power the Merlin engines is a refined kerosene, referred to as RP1 or Rocket Propellant 1. The oxidizer loaded on each stage is a densified liquid oxygen, or LOX. Densified means that it's kept much colder than typical for a launch
it's like
vehicle,
really
and
cold.
it takes up less volume. And as such, this allows for more oxidizer to be loaded into the first and second stages. Now, to ignite the fuel and oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use an ignition fluid called TTEP.
Tubblesmeister, big tasty for me.
Yeah, big tasty with bacon, just
once we have that flame going, we
so
add in the
nice.
kerosene fuel to the Merlin chamber, and the engine ramps up to full power. You might actually be able to see that green flash just as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation, which is expected to happen about 2 minutes and 48 seconds into flight. Right now, we're topping off helium into pressure vessels on both stages. This is used to pressurize tanks in flight as propellant is pulled out of those tanks by the Merlin turbo pumps. Now, on board the spacecraft, the astronauts are monitoring systems from their crew monitors.
Cryo-helium loading has started.
Don't.
All right, there we just heard that the cryo-helium load has begun. Again, that is going into those
and you called me fat.
Earlier. Now,
You're eating all that.
Has included playback of the sounds that were recorded in a previous Dragon capsule during recent flights. So all of the pops and the hisses that the vehicle puts out, all the crew has heard those before, though not live. So they are prepared for all the noises, the extra noises that they're now hearing. As for the range, continues to report no problems. They are go to support launch. Weather also clearly looking great. I think we're actually seeing even fewer clouds than we were about 20 minutes ago.
Salad isn't healthy.
Less than 10% chance or probability of violation of our weather constraints, also known as a POV. So that's really good. That is for the launch site conditions. We are also tracking downrange weather conditions.
There's going to be no problems launch site.
Around the world in the unlikely event that Dragon needs to escape. Now, as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch time because we're heading to the International Space Station. So at this point in time, if we hear a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is tomorrow, just under 24 hours of today's planned
I hope it's not tomorrow, I'm working.
At this point in time, at just under T-minus 30 minutes till launch, let's turn it back over to Jesse and Sandra for an overview of what's to come until liftoff.
Great, thanks Kate. Always great to hear that we've got good weather and it looks beautiful over there at KSC. For Crew 5, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 29 hours.
And as we await
29 hours.
Just about 28 minutes from now, the ground operations team
is
doing a series of
actually, do you know what?
to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9
6, 7,
are ready
8,
for launch. You're looking at a live view of our teams
11,
at the Cape
12,
as they prepare
1,
for
2.
liftoff. And as we wait for the
2
launch
a.m.
clock to hit 0,
I might be
we want
awake
give
to
you
see
an
that dot.
overview of what the ascent portion of the mission will look like.
Now Now, once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
About 50 seconds into flight, Falcon's 9 engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as
Max Q.
At this point in time, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Now, once we're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our 9 Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that will happen in rapid succession.
The first is MECO, or main engine cutoff, and this is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which is, of course, our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, and the first stage will make its way back to Earth for landing, while the second stage continues on its journey with the third event, which is SES-1, or second stage engine start number 1, and this is where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage along with our Crew 5 astronauts to orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back down to Earth. The first is the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 M1D engines will reignite and shut down, and this helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
While the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we will wait for confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn is just a single engine burn, powerful enough to bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly.
Crazy how powerful it would be.
Ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
While Falcon 9's first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. About 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it will begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters.
It'll be puffing them all over the place.
Continues to increase separation distance from the second stage. And it is worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin. It will take roughly 4 minutes for the nose cone hooks to unlatch and open, exposing its guidance navigation controls that will help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
Yeah, it's basically got like a bunch of cameras and sensors.
The remaining Draco thrusters on the forward bulkhead will be checked. From there, over the next...
Stage 2 cryo-helium loading has started.
From there, over the next 29 hours, Dragon will be in its rendezvous and approach phases, undergoing a number of phasing burns as it makes its way back to station. All that will be coming up soon, but for now, let's check back in with Shaniqua in Mission Control Houston. Shaniqua?
Shaniqua.
Thanks, Sandra. The flight control is here. And
look at the live, just behind me, there. You can actually see the space station live views.
Tomorrow.
That's so cool.
Also making sure communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly. The consensus right now is that everything is proceeding.
God, look at all them programs and
Mission
that.
Control Houston, the teams in Hawthorne, and
That's
the astronauts
crazy.
aboard the space station will monitor the autonomous docking of the Dragon spacecraft tomorrow evening. They'll perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the hatches both on the Dragon side and inside the space station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to take place around an hour and a half after docking. And once aboard, the astronauts will be greeted by Station Commander Samantha Cristoforetti, and then the whole station crew will join in for welcoming remarks to the new crew members. Now,
hopefully I can live stream that.
Remarks will be about 90 minutes after the crew is on board. Once on board, the crew members will no longer be referred to as Crew 5, but rather as flight engineers of the International Space Station.
That's crazy.
Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Greg Whitney is on console overseeing the team for launch, and he will be back tomorrow for
a little bit of a swing.
On air continuously through Crew 5's arrival, but live coverage of docking is expected tomorrow around 4:57 p.m. Eastern Time. That's it from now. From Mission Control Houston, I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Daryl, how's it looking?
Well, it's wonderful out here, Shaniqua. Wish you could be here. We got picnic weather out here at the press
it looks
site and
gorgeous.
Launch Complex 39, where we are looking out for the launch of Crew 5 from historic Launch Complex 39A. A beautiful sweeping shot of the lawn where we have our special guests. The media are here. We've got NASA social folks who are out on the lawn, and of course, me and Bob. Bob's riding shotgun here as we take our coverage to the next level at the final 23 minutes of liftoff. Now, from the countdown rather. We are just seconds away from the 5th astronaut rotation mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Commander Nicole Mann, pilot Josh Cassidy, and mission specialist Koichi Wakata and Anna Kikino are strapped into their seats inside the Dragon Endurance at the very top of the rocket here. We are listening in to the communications as they talk live to the...
It's a bit breezy there.
The rocket is fueling. The operation is doing well, and the launch escape system is armed. Of course, that means Dragon is prepared to launch itself away from the Falcon 9 rocket in case of an emergency on the pad or after liftoff. So far, operations looking and sounding as expected. We are counting down to our liftoff at just after noon, 12 p.m. and 57 seconds after the hour Eastern time. There was a 1-second adjustment. That's pretty typical, as happens when we get to this stage of the mission. The mission is the continuation of rotational crew flights to the International Space Station from U.S. soil on private rockets and spacecraft. Of course, this would not have been possible without the success of the NASA SpaceX Demo 2 test flight now 2 years ago, and of course the safe delivery and return of crews 1, 2, 3, and
6 years ago today I went to South Sea.
Of course, we're happy to have the pilot from Demo 2, and that's Bob Binkin. Appreciate you being here, been giving us some great thoughts and explanations about everything.
Well, thank you, Daryl. I'm super excited to be here for Crew 5 and get a chance to relive my experience during the Demo 2 mission.
And it's been a great one so far. We've watched the crew get into the capsule.
Oh my God!
They've worked through a couple of issues early on, but those have been cleared.
What day was Saturday?
Hatch leak check that had to be double checked. Now we're rolling along and.
So what day was it 6 years ago?
A couple things that are coming up as we count.
So it would be.
We're going to have stage 2 RP1 load complete.
Tuesday.
That's in 20 seconds.
No.
A few seconds later, we'll get strong
no, I don't know.
That will begin in order to set the stage.
Alright, so 2016, here we go.
Stage
Easy way of doing it. Because I don't do maths. October 2016. So it'll be Saturday the 8th.
Of course, propellants load.
So as of the 8th, so funny enough, this...
But once it completes, we'll hear that call.
Stage 2 RP1 load is complete.
There you heard it.
So the 8th.
Let's talk a little bit about the crew.
The 8th of this month.
If you're just joining us, we have a...
Oh, funny enough, it's a Saturday. So,
commanded by Nicole Mann,
I have been working
Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering
6 years comes Saturday at my local place.
Super Hornet test pilot.
That's mad. 6 years.
Support of combat operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. Nicole was selected by NASA in June of 2013.
Dude, that's mad.
Led the astronaut corps in the development of hardware for our Artemis program. Today, the Crew 5 commander will be flying into space for the first time, and once she reaches space, she will be the first Native American woman to stay on station.
Nice, that's cool.
For NASA and for her.
Absolutely, Daryl. The astronaut corps is widely diverse, and I'm just proud to see Nicole join that crew on board the International Space Station.
With her is pilot Josh Cassidy. He grew up in Bear Lake, Minnesota. The physicist and U.S. Navy test pilot flew the P-3C and the P-8A, as well as 23 combat missions. He later became an instructor at the U.S. Naval Test Pilot School, which is a path to NASA for military officers. Cassidy is one of more than 100 graduates who have become astronauts, going all the way back to the Mercury program. More recently, he served as capsule communicator and mission control, but today he is the pilot aboard Dragon.
He is the
I know
pilot.
well, and I look forward to seeing Josh support Nicole and the rest of the crew on their way towards the International Space Station.
The mission specialist now, Koichi Wakata.
Yeah, I'm happy too. I cannot wait for this to finally launch. It's been
in 1996, he became
a long old live stream.
Specialist aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour for STS-72. Altogether,
why is
four
Nightbot
Space
not?
Shuttle missions, a Roscosmos Soyuz, and was on a long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. During his 2-decade career as an astronaut, Koichi has spent 11 months in space. Bob, you spent a fair amount of time
I'm not
in
going to
space
try and
yourself.
pronounce your name.
It's great to have a veteran aboard.
It absolutely
I'll
is.
just
and
say
in addition
Robert,
to being a veteran,
because
Koichi just has a wonderful personality.
I'm terrible
that I
at
know
pronouncing
is
people's
just
names.
it's
I
key
can
to
barely
kind
say
of
my
success
own.
on board the space station.
Yeah, 17 minutes. I cannot wait. It's going to be... I've been here since what? What's the time in America?
In 2012, Anna officially became
I've been here like super early. I was here three and a bit hours ago.
First flight into space, along with 2 of her other fellow astronauts. Each of these 4 crew members will be part of Expedition 68.
Homeowners warned to not switch off Wi-Fi router at night to try and save energy.
The second flight for this Dragon.
Actually, that's...
I want to let you know, if you're here locally, you want to step outside and enjoy the launch, you got a small radio, you can pick us up on VHF radio frequency 146.940 on the megahertz scale.
Oh, okay, so doing that would only save you about 20 quid a year by turning it off.
925 megahertz FM mode. You can hear that all within Brevard County, right here on the beautiful Space Coast.
Yeah, this the 4 people. This is 4 people going up to the International Space Station. This is their routine crew launch. So yeah, they are sat right at that top little bit, white bit. They're sat in there, all ready to go. And we keep getting overviews of the SpaceX. There they are.
Thanks, Daryl. We are T-minus 16 minutes away from launch, and everything continues to look great for Falcon 9 and Dragon. Falcon 9 began prop load at T-minus 35 minutes. The loading of RP-1 fuel on the second stage is complete. That finished at T-minus 20 minutes. Fuel loading continues on the first stage. It is almost complete. That should be wrapping up here momentarily. Densified liquid oxygen loading is underway on both the first and second stages. Those look to be...
I don't know why text-to-speech has stopped
on
working.
The first stage and has only just recently begun on the second stage, so not much there yet. That will wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes and T-minus 2 minutes respectively.
Oh, it's
now,
gonna be
as
so
for
cool.
checkouts of thrust vector controllers, what we call TVC wiggles, those are coming up. We basically check to make
TVC
sure
wiggles.
that the thrust vector controllers are able to actuate the engines themselves.
Yeah, they actually pushed back the Starlink launch the other day because they had to replace one of the actuators, which is pretty mad.
Checkouts on the engines. The Dragon mission director and team are currently
Oh, look at the
no issues,
Starship
really good on that front.
launch pad just behind it. You can see the tower. It's just so cool.
There, and the crew is strapped in and ready to go. As you can see there,
Oh, there's some good waves going on.
Screen, everybody continuing to monitor prop load there on their crew monitors. Now, final instructions to the crew come at T-minus 10 minutes. At that point, their crew displays will be configured for launch. This setup gives the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. At T-minus 5 minutes, we'll hear the call out that will be in terminal count, and at that point, Dragon will transition to internal power. We'll hear continued call outs on the countdown nets as
Sounds
we get
familiar.
closer to liftoff. As for range, they continue to be continuing to monitor the launch corridor, and everything remains green. As for weather, we're looking at 7-mile-per-hour winds at the launch site. And
I'm
as I said
subscribed
before,
to
as
the channel.
countdown continues, we are seeing fewer and fewer clouds, just just an absolutely stunning day there at Kennedy
I remember, I
Space
think
Center.
I saw
Let's
like
check back in
one
with
video
Daryl to see,
of theirs.
the last couple minutes prior to liftoff.
Thanks, Kate, and it really couldn't be more perfect out here weather-wise.
Yeah, I haven't looked at their videos in a while, so
to look out
actually
and see
thank you for saying that, because
the crew on
they've
board,
got quite a
strapped
few
in.
subs
I'm
now.
Super excited for them.
There's a view of the
I have to have a
countdown
look
clock
at some of theirs.
the
What they
historic
got?
American flag that
Neutron.
has been
Oh, they're
standing
live
there
now. Okay.
since the space shuttle.
Neutron and
Now
crew
you're looking at a
capsule
pic
fun.
of,
Oh,
Crew
nice.
5.
I'll have to have a look
Flying
at that.
aboard the Dragon capsule Endurance, and the booster that
I
you
know
see
what I'm going to do
behind
once I
them that they're posing with
finish this
is a
live
brand
stream.
new
I'll be
one.
watching them.
Actually was damaged in transit from California to Texas, but it
What
was
was?
fixed, repaired. Crew did a great job. The SpaceX team in getting it all ready.
Oh, wow.
And at the time that Falcon 9 launches Dragon to space,
Oh, nice.
the International
cool.
Space Station will be 260 statute miles over Australia. Crew 5 will then spend the next 21 hours with Mission Control Team that you see there in Houston,
Jeez.
standing by, getting ready for the beginning of this mission. They'll spend 21 or 29 hours rather chasing down the International Space Station.
29
at
hours
rendezvous at 4:57
in that thing,
Eastern
just
Time
floating.
tomorrow evening. One of the longer transits, Bob.
It's true. It's a
I was
little
going
bit
to say, it's
longer
not as
than
fast as the
usual,
Russian
or average, I would say, as we work towards Crew
rockets.
5. But as the launch dates shift around, that changes the time that you can
Yeah, it
actually
does.
arrive on the
It,
space station.
it takes a
They've got plenty
while
of
to,
consumables, so, it should be fun to have
you know,
some
I've been
time
here,
in
what,
space.
3 and a bit hours now.
And when they arrive
I'm
tomorrow
knackered just
evening,
from
we'll
sitting
have
here.
live coverage on NASA TV of docking, as well as the Crew 5 welcome ceremony.
Yeah, we got
8:15
11 minutes
p.m.
just
Eastern
over,
Time,
so
7:15 p.m.
soon be
Central.
lifting off. Oh,
As
that's
a
a really
final
itchy
thoughts,
head.
Bob, as we get ready to watch Crew 5 launch into space.
Crew 5.
You know, my opportunity to sit here and watch Crew 5 go has just been inspiring again to see another vehicle head towards the International Space Station. Again, I'm excited for them and just hopeful that Nicole, Josh, Koichi, and Anna have just a wonderful mission. I know that they've got a wonderful launch in front of them.
Absolutely, and that's what we're rooting for here. And so, with T-minus 11 minutes and counting, we're going to spin our chairs around and watch the launch.
Yep.
We're going to let Kate and the team focus on the pad as we proceed through the final stretch of the countdown. Turn it over to Kate Tice at SpaceX
Here we go.
headquarters in California.
Oh, 10 minutes. Come on. Cannot wait.
Thanks, Daryl. As you can probably tell by the background noise, the crowd is definitely growing here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Certainly one of our company traditions is to watch the launch itself from behind mission control, which you see there on your screen.
That'd be so
You
cool.
can
Look
see
at them all
this is Mission
gathering.
Control Hawthorne,
Getting
or as
ready.
it's sometimes here referred to as MCCX. And then, of course,
Yeah,
all the
that's
employees
actually
watching
just
from
reminded me.
behind.
I've got to put
I
a
personally
poll
also stand there with
in
my
the
not hearing
chat.
the webcast, so I can confirm it's a great spot to watch.
I always do it every rocket
like
launch.
I said, as you can see, the energy is certainly starting to grow now that we're about to hit T-minus 10 minutes.
And that is-
beautiful view there of Falcon 9 and Dragon on
Will
the
it
pad,
go boom?
ready to take Crew 5
Obviously, we
into
don't
space.
want it to go boom. We want it to go successfully. Oh, although it would be quite cool to see the launch abort. I do love the launch abort. The one that they did test it was sick.
NASA and SpaceX team, the thousands of people for their development, preparation, and training in getting Endurance and Crew 5 to the launch pad today, and your continued support in helping to make this a successful mission. We look forward to joining the rest of our Expedition 68
So that's
crew
this
members
lady
aboard the
here
International Space
talking.
Station. And a special thanks on behalf of all the crew to our family and friends. It is your love and support that help make dreams come true. Now let's do this. Crew 5 displays are configured for launch.
Woo! Configured for launch. Let's go.
And Nicole, Josh, Koichi, and Anna, on behalf of the entire team at SpaceX, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Godspeed.
And those words from Nicole Mann, the first female commander of a Dragon, as she thanked the many
Dude,
folks
crazy.
that helped get them to this point. We're now less than 9 minutes away from launch today.
Like
Upon liftoff, you'll
the
hear
first
number
hour or
and
so
letter
into the stream,
combinations, which
it just
mark
seemed to be
different
really
abort
slow.
zones throughout the
But now, like, this last hour is shot by and we're 8 minutes away.
1A and 1B, and those signify the first stage and will last up to the very north tip of North Carolina. The next are 2A through 2E, and those will come into play once the second stage kicks in, lasting from the top of North Carolina all the way to the tip of Newfoundland in the northern Atlantic. You'll also hear a spot that is to be avoided, and you might hear Shannon or forward to Shannon.
Yep,
and that
forward
actually
to
refers to Shannon, Ireland, meaning they would target off the east coast of Ireland if they were later in that second stage and did need to abort for some reason.
That'd be so cool. Because we'd get live views of like close to England. Should be awesome. Where's the Falcon 9? It's on the Falcon 9. That is it.
Take a little bit of that super chilled, densified liquid oxygen.
Right underneath it. It's at Kennedy Space Center, 39A, just with a giant Starship tower right behind it.
And avoid any thermal shock to the hardware when they see the full flow.
Because that is exactly where Starship will be taking off from, hopefully. I mean, they're building it, so I think Elon even said that second quarter of 2023 we will have a launch from Kennedy. So you can see it there just below me. That is the yes, it's all 100% real. I've witnessed one of these launches in person. I've actually watched 2 of them. Super awesome. The Earth is round. It's not flat. It's not a you know. It's not all lies.
We should expect to hear that RP1 load is complete. RP1 load is that densified kerosene or rocket fuel that will help propel the crew into orbit.
Dude, this is getting real now.
Is loaded into
Come
the
on.
first stage, and we are standing by to hear that it was loaded into the second stage.
It doesn't look very good. It does look quite crappy quality because SpaceX have had to dumb down their live stream to 760, 720 even, due to NASA for some reason wanting to do 720. Any other NASA, any other SpaceX live stream, 1080 to 4K, amazing. Even the test flights for Starship were 4K towards the end. So I think NASA needs a little bit of a bigger budget just to go up to 1080p. Every member of the US pays $1 extra on their taxes. I remember this fact. They could have kept the space shuttle going for another 20 years. That is mad to think that they could have done that. We actually got told that at Kennedy. We asked an astronaut. Jeez, that was a mouthful. We are so close. Oh, here we go, strong back retract. So the little support structure just behind the Falcon 9 will just basically pull away a little bit. Away from the rocket. Oh wow, my iPad is charging very slow.
For terminal count.
I know. I literally cannot wait.
Alright, there we heard that call.
I've been waiting for this for ages.
Onboard computers have now taken
I just want it to go.
Of the vehicle. As I mentioned before, first stage LOX or liquid oxygen loading is underway and will wrap up at T-3 minutes.
Oh.
Second stage will wrap its LOX load at T-2 minutes.
There we go. There it is. That's so cool.
No issues and everything remains green
so cool.
For an on-time launch.
Yeah. I love the yeah, Nightbot might tell you off for that.
And here in just a couple seconds, you might be able to see the strong back arm as it does begin.
There you go.
To
Yeah,
retract.
one emoji is going to be fine. Nightbot tends to not like too many emojis.
The clamp arms are now beginning to move.
God, listen to that. There you go. So you see the little arms moving up, out the way, and then the whole thing will just lean back.
Sandra said this will retract by 2 degrees.
Oh, my monitor's going to
and
go
then
off.
at liftoff, the strong back will retract another to 45 degrees, allowing Falcon 9 to clear. strongback is part of the transporter erector, and the transporter erector is what provides.
I don't know why my monitor's is going to turn off. I've got no saving, energy saving things. Look at that.
See that 2-degree retraction just now.
That is so cool.
The next call out that we should hear in about 20 seconds is that the first stage LOX load is complete.
Look at that. No boom. Yeah, I hope so. Everyone's got 100% no boom, so
and there we go.
That's
All
good.
of the oxidizer loaded on stage 1. Soon we'll hear that stage 2 LOX load is complete, and that will be the last propellant call out we'll hear today. Now less than 3 minutes until launch.
Jeez.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
All right, there we heard the good news that Dragon is now on internal power. Again, the white clouds that you see there at the base of the Dragon trunk, totally normal. That's just the vapor from the liquid oxygen. Again, second stage now wrapping up its LOX load. Excuse me, first stage wrapping up its LOX load.
I was going to say, she means...
ago, and now moving toward wrap up of second stage LOX load, which will complete at T-minus 2 minutes.
Coming up on 2 minutes until liftoff, standing by for word that stage 2 LOX load has been completed.
I'm just going to get my mouse ready because my timer may not go off completely, so I had a bit of an issue. It might actually go off a bit earlier, actually. It might go off a minute.
Dragon is in
auto
idle.
Jeez, here we go.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
There we heard the call out. Falcon 9 is
chuck
now
off onto
completely
Twitter.
fueled. All of its propellants, so
Closeouts are starting. Expect loud ending.
all of its propellants, and we can see that leftover liquid oxygen now being vented or released, now flowing further away from the vehicle. So nearly 1 million pounds of liquid oxygen in RP1 now on board Falcon 9. It is fully loaded and ready for launch.
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
1 minute, we'll hear that Dragon is
Oh.
in countdown. Its flight
Well,
computer will
chucking
switch
everything
to countdown
on,
mode, and we'll hear that the flight termination
mute
system on
now.
Falcon 9 is armed.
FPS is armed. Falcon.
And there you heard it,
Dragon is in countdown.
Dragon's flight computer in countdown. The flight termination
Jeez, here we
system now
go,
armed.
here we go, here we go. God, they're so loud, that
We get the
venting.
final go for launch from SpaceX launch director Mark
Dragon,
Soltis.
SpaceX. Godspeed. Go for launch.
Oh, 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 oh.
SpaceX Dragon, go for launch.
Go for launch, that's good, that's what we like to hear.
SpaceX reports go. Crew reports go. 30 seconds until liftoff.
Dang, this is like heart pounding. Let's see if my timer works.
T-minus 15. 10, 9, 8.
Okay, I'm gonna get rid of it.
6, 5.
Here we go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
And going for it. There we go. Nice. Woo-hoo-hoo. Dang, look at that camera. Wow. That was very, very loud for me. I've got my headphones at 100%, so... Come on, baby, get up there. Get up there, baby.
We're now at
Jeez.
T plus 35 seconds into the 5th rotational crew mission on board
That's
Dragon
mad.
and Falcon 9.
Do you know, it's actually really weird seeing it fly with the crew capsule on top. We're so used to seeing the Starlink fairings on the top of there. Dang, it's going for it. Holy cow. And we've just broke 1,000 viewers the whole live stream. That's awesome.
There we just heard that the vehicle's now traveling faster than the speed of sound.
There we go.
Once through max Q, we'll throttle
Oh,
those
the camera's
power
gone.
engines back up.
Camera's just like, yeah, I'm going this way. There you go, throttle up.
Stage 1 Bravo.
Copy. 1 Bravo.
That call out for 1 Bravo means we're in the second and final abort mode for the first
look
stage,
at that.
continuing to get good performance.
So you'll notice it's a very different flight profile to like the Starlinks. These ones go a lot more like straight up because they're trying to get as high as they can before they go sideways.
And then we'll have MECO, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines igniting will cut off in preparation for second stage separation.
That's mad.
Then we'll see the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage ignite and continue to carry the Crew 5
Look at that.
to orbit.
Just like we did on first stage, that MVAC chill is intended to help pre-chill the hardware prior to the full flow of that densified liquid oxygen.
As someone said, it's going to go boom.
At this point in time,
Let's
those
hope not.
engines are beginning to throttle down in preparation for MECO, or main engine cutoff.
Well, we hope it's not going to go
Standing
boom.
by for MECO.
Come on. MECO, there we go. That's good.
And MECO.
Main engine cut off.
Stage
Separation.
Copy. 2 Alpha.
Look at that.
There we should see that second engine begin to ignite.
There you
now.
go. That's all good.
And obviously confirmed by
There we
the
go.
loud cheer behind us here at Mission Control Hawthorne.
Everything's going good so far. That is brilliant.
2 Alpha for the aborts if needed. Again, second stage is lit and continuing to carry the Crew
It's
5
lit.
astronauts into orbit.
So now the booster on the left-hand side, down this end,
After that stage
will
separation,
slowly
the
coast
second
up a little
stage
bit
still
more,
being illuminated
and it will
by
come
that single
down
Merlin vacuum engine,
and land
that's
on the
right-hand
drone ship.
side of your screen. First stage on the left-hand side of your screen, making its way
Look
back
at them
to Earth. We will
clouds.
be
Look
attempting
how
to land it
they're so
on our
tiny.
drone ship, which today we are using Just Read the Instructions.
Just read the instructions. I love just read the instructions. My favourite is PS. Of course, I still love you. But, oh wow! Look at the track.
The first
Wow!
stage is continuing to make its way back to Earth.
You can see
and
the
second stage is
the
going to
actual
continue.
plume where it's taken off from.
Another good call. Trajectory nominal.
Oh, that's so cool.
Confirmation there from Commander Nicole Mann. You can also
Look at
sort
that.
of see the space coast there in the background of the first stage.
Oh,
on the
that
left-hand
is
side
so
of your
cool.
screen. It also looks like you can actually see the thrust plume
Yeah.
created by the first stage as it's now rotating just out
That
of
is
screen.
mental. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Second stage is going to continue firing until a little over 8 minutes into the flight.
This is.
really doing
They
the
just
heavy
made this
lifting
too
now,
reliable
getting the
now.
crew into orbit.
Everything continues to look nominal on both first and second stages. As I mentioned before, the first stage will be making a landing on one of our drone ships, which is currently parked a couple hundred miles off the coast of Florida in the Atlantic
it's
Ocean.
quite
So we
far.
can
It's
see now
quite
that
far out to sea.
good confirmation there that we have good trajectory.
The second stage now traveling over 5,400 miles per hour.
Oh, I hear a helicopter.
Crew is pulling a little more than 1 G right now. That's going to continue to ramp up, peaking just before we get to second stage cutoff here in just a few minutes from now.
That's mad.
First stage will be
I've run
performing
out of drink.
2 separate burns, a re-entry burn where we reignite 3 of the Merlin the Merlin M1D engines on the first stage. We ignite the center engine and 2 radial engines to help slow it down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere, and then the
It sort of
second
slows it
final
down.
burn, and that will be the landing burn on our drone ship.
So basically, Starship is just a bigger version of Falcon 9. But they've obviously rescued the first stage.
See on the right of your screen is continuing to fire. We did hear another call out that trajectory is nominal. Crew heading in the direction that
So
they
this will
are
be
supposed to be.
when Starship going to go. So
The single engine can
Elon
produce
said
over
next month.
220,000 pounds of thrust in the
Realistically,
now over
I feel like it's going to be this year. I reckon it's going to be December time. If not December, it's going to be early next year. So, super close now. They've got a lot of work done to the launch mount for it. So, hopefully it's not going to be too long. I mean, it's what, been a year and a half since since he said it was going to launch, because it was actually meant to launch. Well, he said it was going to launch in 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks my daughter was born, so I was very stressed. So I'm kind of glad it didn't launch back then. But here we go. So we should have re-entry burn, yeah.
Which, as I said before, we ignite 3 of the 9 Merlin engines to
There we
help
go.
slow the booster down as it re-enters the dense part of the Earth's atmosphere.
Here we go, here we go. Let's see, can we see the drone ship
As the entry burn completes, we'll
today
begin the
from
final
the booster?
There we heard the call out.
There you go.
You can there see it on your screen that entry burn has.
This is all good. This is all nominal. This is great. This is what we like to see.
As that entry burn completes,
Everything's
we'll
all
be
looking good.
in the final different abort
It's
stages
basically
here
just
shortly,
shooting down through the air, basically with a giant flame coming out the bottom which wraps around the side. There we go. Watch, I'll give you a thing, right? Watch when the booster goes to land on the drone ship, how low the legs open. I never realised this before, but the legs open like not even the height of the booster off the drone ship. So I'm going to try and find the drone ship. Oh, we got a bit of glitchiness. So it's going to be around here somewhere.
The second stage, still attached, is now
Where
traveling
is it?
over 13,000 miles per hour.
Oh, is that it there? No, that's a bit of a cloud.
Copy, Shannon.
Shannon, that's good.
Shannon, that call out for Shannon, Ireland, indicative of our final abort zone. After this, we'll
Right.
see second stage shut
Come on,
off,
where is it?
and we'll be listening
Normally
for
you see it
confirmation
just
of a
around
good
this
orbit,
grid fin
which
here.
tells us the crew and Dragon are exactly where they need to be.
There we go. Oh, it's getting a bit buffery.
There we had confirmation that the MVAC
Oh, we've
has
lost
shut down
signal with the
simultaneously.
booster.
The
That's
entry-
fine. Come on. Come on, cut back.
And you heard that call for a good insertion.
There we go, there it
We'll
is.
coast for a few minutes.
There we can see the drone ship
Nice.
coming into view as Falcon 9
God,
and 10
it's really moving around.
see those landing legs have now deployed.
There we go. It landed.
As you can see on your screen,
It was really fighting. It was going like that.
clapping and cheering behind me, Falcon 9.
That is
landed
mad.
Our drone ship just through the instructions, parked off the coast of Florida.
There we go. And they've got confirmation of good orbit.
Separation will be coming up just a couple of minutes now. We do coast for a few minutes after second engine cutoff to allow any rates to or motion to dampen
There you
out and
go.
settle.
So they'll just get rid of the
And looks
trunk.
like we're going to get a view of the second stage.
Oh,
as
the
it
second
separates
stage,
here
yep.
shortly.
The trunk is way after. That's when they come
We
home.
did hear that the crew has been successfully inserted into a good orbit.
Yeah, that's good. Come on. I want to see it. They're all going to start cheering.
Again, the crew is still attached to the second
Oh, look.
stage.
There I am. I'm over here. If it was night time, I'd actually see this go past. It's mad. It's still bright. It's only 5 o'clock
We are
actually. I really
expecting
just
stage
realised.
separation to occur in just over a minute from now, about 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Whew.
And that's when
I'm so
the,
tired. Do you know that often the question I get the most about this right here now, saying that why can't we see stars?
Dragon trunk
It's
is
like going outside
hardware
and,
where
you know,
we are
trying
able
to take a picture of the
house
stars during the day.
cargo that
Not
is
going to
able
happen
to be
because
exposed to
the
vacuum
exposure
space,
limits on the cameras are so crazy.
as well
You know,
as
it's
the solar
normal
panels, which
daytime
help
stuff.
power Dragon while it is on
It's
orbit.
not night. You're not in nighttime.
Again, that stage separation is now coming up in about
Here we
30
go.
seconds.
Come on.
After stage separation, we will have nose cone deployment. Now that Dragon
That every nut and bolt
vacuum of space
is
we're able
marked
we will be
with
able
a bit
to
of pen to
nose
make
cone
sure
and
that
expose
it's
that forward hatch, which is what is utilized
it's
to
exactly
dock
where it should be. You can actually see it
autonomously
there,
to the
look.
International Space Station.
Like they do with I
And
should
that
show
nose
you
cone does
there.
stay closed for the flight up uphill to help protect all of the guidance,
The
navigation, and control sensors.
truck wheels and stuff like that, all the
We are standing by
things that have the
for
little
second
plastic
stage
markers to
separation.
show where it was tightened to. So if it comes loose, you can see visually that it's come loose. Right, come on. There we go. So that's the inside of the trunk. So that's where, like, they can put tools and stuff like that don't need to be pressurized. Nice. So now this second stage will basically slowly push itself backwards and into the atmosphere.
And while October 3rd may belong to the Mean Girls, October 5th will forever belong to Crew 5. Godspeed, endurance. Cheers.
Oh, that's quite funny.
Awesome. Thank you so much to the Falcon team. That was a smooth ride up here.
Nice.
We got 3 rookies that are pretty happy to be floating in space right now. And 1 veteran astronaut who's pretty happy to be back as well. Let's see what you got to say, Coachy.
Falcon team, you know, it was a smooth ride, and I see all the 3 happy faces here back in 0G, and I appreciate all the help to give us this smooth ride and training, and thank you so much. ジャクさんの支援隊の皆さん、非常にスムーズな打ち上げでした、打ち上げご支援していただいた皆さん、応援に駆けつけてくださった皆さん、ありがとうございました。この調子でチームワークを持って頑張ります。Thank you for your support. Anya.
Thank you, Falcon 9 and fellow agencies, Cosmos, NASA, and JAXA, and SpaceX exactly for giving us that opportunity. We're so glad to do it together. And thank you for everybody, for all people who is us. Спасибо большое всем агентствам, Роскосмос, NASA, JAXA и, естественно, SpaceX за предоставленную нам возможность. Мы рады всем экипажам делать то, что мы сейчас делаем. И большое спасибо всем людям, кто сейчас с нами.
Really nice words there from the Crew 5 crew, as well as...
And Dragon Falcon 9C, thanks for the words. Had a great ride. Have a good mission. We'll see you later.
Wonderful Mean Girls reference there by Launch Director Mark Soltis, and then we just heard from Chief Engineer Dan Alex.
That's what we like to see.
Just heard our first Quindar tone, indicating the crew is in space.
Dehumidifier activation and service.
Oh yeah, the little beeps are to say basically they are now communicating from space.
And Kate, it did look like we were getting our first views of that microgravity indicator.
I did see that.
What was it? I missed it.
And we're getting views now of the crew on orbit, 3 of them for the first
What's the 0G indicator?
We saw some cheers, some high fives. Looks like they're feeling great.
What is it? What was the 0G indicator? I missed it. I was too busy
we can see that 0G
posting on Twitter.
Float back into view and hopefully get a better shot of it. I couldn't quite tell what it was, although it kind of looked like it may have been an Einstein doll. But that's just kind of what it looked like from the backside.
Look, it's always over halfway over the UK, towards the UK. I'm right here. It literally goes just past me. So if I was to look out my window, if I was above all the trees, and I could see like the whole way round.
If you just joined us, we had a successful liftoff exactly 16 minutes ago.
So it'd be
Crew 5 mission.
behind my house. It would go that way across.
Had an on-time liftoff from
It'd be like real short. It'd be like 10-15 seconds. I'd see it if it was night time.
The first stage landed
Actually,
successfully
is it
on our drone
sunny
ship.
outside now?
Just read the instructions, and every everything has been looking good so far. We are hoping to get another view on board Dragon once we're able to get that camera back. But so far, you know, everything leading up to
You should hear him actually say acquisition of signal Okanger, which is literally like 2 miles down the road from me.
Attached to the second
I don't even
stage,
think it's that,
which has
actually.
been separated from Dragon. Yeah, so everything was super smooth this morning, starting all the way back. I think we got here around T-4 hours, and super smooth countdown. Beautiful day from Kennedy Space Center. It looked like a gorgeous view from where Daryl and Bob were sitting. But yeah, we are standing by for the nose cone opening now that the Dragon spacecraft is
Look at that,
in space.
it's getting so close to me.
We are able to open up that nose cone.
Right, here we go. We should hear Okanger.
Which is what is utilized to autonomously dock with the International Space Station, but of course to protect that hardware.
Give us Okanger.
As well as protect the guidance
right,
and
so that's
navigation
island. So with the next
hardware,
one,
we keep that nose cone
the next one is
during,
Okanger.
Launch preparations and during the ascent portion.
So that's the second stage, just coasting through the air, through space.
And,
that's slowly going to do a few laps, and then it'll slowly get closer to the atmosphere and burn
they
up.
will be able to float soon. We're hoping to get another view of that zero-G indicator once we're able to bring cabin, onboard cabin views back to you of the Crew 5 crew. We always like to see what the zero-G gravity indicator is. Earlier in the webcast, Bob actually brought the zero-G indicator that he and Doug used on the Demo 2 mission, a lovely sequin dinosaur, which I also have one at my desk. Not the Bob obviously has the one that went to space. Mine is a replica, but we love seeing these zero-G indicators. It's a really nice way to connect those of us on ground with the folks up in space. So as I said before, we are anticipating nose cone deployment shortly. I'm going to do a quick check-in, and
there we go.
See now the nose cone, the hooks have been released, and we see that nose cone moving with a pretty up-close shot.
We're continuing to see that nose cone open and
acquisition of signal line.
As we've
okay, yeah, we're not gonna get Okanger
for the flight up to the space station that will be required for docking.
Yeah, it's just so slow. Just
6 hooks that hold the nose cone in place during the launch and ascent portions. Those have begun to retract, and the nose cone is beginning to swing open. The nose cone is about 2/3 of the way open at this time, so we do expect it to be fully open here shortly.
Shortly after nose cone deployment,
it is really slow.
Be able to get their visors open, and they'll be given the okay to get out of their suits, and that will allow them to settle in for their.
So 20 minutes, they're almost over the UK. I think right now they're over Ireland.
It is about a 29-hour journey for the crew.
There you go. They're just like coming over Ireland now.
Station, but as you said, they'll be able to get out of their suits,
here, right down the south.
Some rest, and just enjoy being in the microgravity environment of space. Again, we have 3 first-time flyers and 1 veteran on today's flight. But I'm sure it was an exciting moment. No matter how many times you've been to space, I can't imagine that it ever gets old.
I would probably agree with that. I would also imagine that the 3 first-time space goers will have a brief period of acclimation to gravity. I know I certainly would, and I also recognize that
go on, Nightbot, go for him.
Be very brief in order to get acclimated to that lack of gravity. But yeah, this is something that the veteran astronauts on board the station,
so now it's literally about to come right over us.
Help really
so I open up my Star app.
Space goers to the new environment.
Absolutely, and we did also hear that there was good service section Draco checkouts that took place. We are standing by for that nose cone to be fully deployed, but
so
it should be coming here momentarily.
My jeez, what's going on? So now if I put my phone up.
Nominal nose cone opening, TCS and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
I should actually be able to see it.
Dragon copies.
Oh, yep, I see it.
Next burn is
I've got it.
Phase burn per your displays.
We see the phase burn in 28 minutes.
Oh wow, found Hubble as well.
Good readback.
That's crazy.
So you heard it there. The nose cone has fully been opened successfully. We had some good checkouts.
Wow.
On the Draco thrusters.
It's coming just over the UK now.
On the service section Draco thrusters, rather.
That is mad. I'm actually seeing it on my phone in like AR. Oh, it's not AR. It's
That's right. And the astronauts should be getting the okay to doff or remove their suits in about 6 or 7 minutes. I would imagine
that is super cool.
Before, we do have 3 space newbies on board today. I would imagine that they would be pretty excited to get out of their seats. They've been in these seats for a while. The crew ingressed hours ago, and if I would imagine that the 3 folks and even the veteran, everybody would be excited to get out and be able to float around a little bit for the first time on this Crew 5 mission.
Yes, absolutely. And you do see the crew working through some procedures there on the touchpads that they do have in front of them. They'll continue to have those available for them throughout their flight uphill. Again, this is going to be about a 29-hour launch to docking for Crew 5.
Dang, that's crazy. I think once they've done this, they've let them float around.
May have floated out of view, perhaps up above the crew displays.
I was going to say, I want to see the 0G indicator.
We can see that the visors are up.
Dragon, SpaceX, environments are looking good for suit doffing. For today, we can leave the camera configured for a little while longer, but at this time, you are go for 4.012 and 4.300. As a reminder, please stow the suits with the visors closed. I'll copy.
Okay, Dragon copies. We are go for 4.012 and 4.300. We're going to keep the cameras configured, and when we stow the suits, we'll do it with the visors closed.
Nice.
Good readback. At this time, you're also go to tell the world a little bit about that stowaway we saw shortly after second engine cutoff.
So we're standing by for a few words from the crew about that 0G indicator.
Yeah, what we do probably after that, we'll end the stream. It's been
there it is.
Pleasure to do it today. Been really good. And we are just waiting for them to wrap it up. Whew.
Dragon, I'm back in the ground. We missed the last part of your transmission.
Oh.
And no worries, repeating my last one there. I was going to have you all talk a little bit about your 0G indicator, but we can hold that off for the next ground station pass here for Dubai. At this time, what I'll do is I'll take the cameras external for suit doffing, and then you let me know when they're allowed to come back on board.
Oh yeah, they have to actually ask permission to see the cameras.
So we'll let you know when you come back on with the cameras, and we're excited to talk about our stowaway here.
Okay, you're checking copies and work.
That is pretty cool, actually.
And it does sound like we are in a brief expected loss of signal with the crew. This does happen from time to time when we're in between our satellites, but we will have views and communication back with them here shortly, and we're looking forward to hearing their words on their
I want to hear what they got to say.
What that special meaning is for the crew. So with Crew 5 now successfully on orbit, let's head over to our counterparts at Kennedy Space Center in Florida Daryl, it was spectacular to watch this launch from here in Hawthorne, but tell me, what was it like to see it on the ground?
It was amazing. First of all, we got an idyllic day right here on the Space Coast. I mean, the temperatures are like, you know, mid-70s. There's a cool breeze.
Well, it's mid-70s.
Launch. Bob, I want to get your thoughts. You've flown, you've watched. This is pretty perfect.
Let's have a look.
No, this was just outstanding.
I've actually got Florida in my weather
with
app.
The blue sky, the blue background, a beautiful day here in Florida. The only thing I wish was that I was there with them, because that is the
Orlando
one place
is right
that
now.
is better to watch a launch from than right here at the Kennedy Space
Currently
Center.
nothing.
Is on board the rocket.
Oh, here we go. 27 degrees Celsius.
Though we weren't on board, we did get
Nice.
as we were going up,
28 today.
By the way,
I still can't believe it's only half 12. It's mad.
NASA's
We're coming up to half 12 there.
Booster, so more the reuse, NASA taking advantage of that.
Absolutely.
I'm so tired.
Every chance that we get to reuse a capsule or reuse a booster kind of drives down costs and increases the opportunity for more folks to fly in space.
Now I'm headed out to
super
swim,
awesome.
Right? Yeah, I mean,
yeah, go have a swim, mate.
Out here.
Go
Bob, thank you for your thoughts.
Eaten by alligators.
Now we're going to move on. We've got an interview here with Robin Gatens, the director of the International Space Station, who also joins us here. And you got to experience the launch from right here outside the press site. And I want to ask you, how did you enjoy it?
Well, it's always exciting to see launch to the International Space Station. I've seen many, but especially to see a new international crew headed to the International Space Station was very exciting. And of course, you nailed it. Beautiful day. Really glad we got this one off today.
Absolutely, and they'll make that 29-hour transit to the space station. You're the director of the International Space Station, so I want to ask you, I heard there's a book coming out there have been books before about the International Space Station, but a new one's coming out. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's called Our Benefits to Humanity. It is
Nice.
a publication we have put out before.
Okay.
And we actually
Are they just going to be
July, so
chatting?
it's both in print format.
Okay, guys,
as well as
I am going to end it there. I'm knackered. I need to do a few things around the house right now. So, yeah, super awesome stream today. Lovely to see the rocket go off, you know. Was super cool to watch, and thank you very much everyone that's joined. We hit just over 1,000 views. I'm crazed. I'm amazed at that. That's awesome. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. I'm Lee. Fly safe, land safer.